Hello, good evening, and good day, everybody, and welcome back to the Ask Abhijit show. This is episode 372. I hope you're all doing great. This is a slightly unusual timing. We're doing this on a Monday evening. Generally, it's Saturdays and Sundays, Saturdays or Sundays. So I had to take a break this weekend. I apologize for the reschedulement. But here we are, and I'm glad to be with you all. So let us see, before we get into the Q&A, who all is there on the live stream. Let us see. Let us see. Plenty of people, as I can see. It's always good to see you all. Let's see. Let me greet some of you. Varinder Marwa, Agni Varana, Ara Khan, J3I, Shashank Pudas Saini, Geopolitical Dubai. Good evenings to you. Good evening to you, sir. Geopolitical Dubai is here from Indore. Always good to see you. Kanish Kaushik, good evening to you as well. Rohan Bidi, happy Monday. Thank you. Uh, just some nut. Yasha GN. Nancy Penguin, hello. Good to see you. Apurva Anupama, Bhaskar Bandit, Privyet. Bhaskar Bandit is here from Moscow. ER Drupsha is here from Nepal. Ram. Mary Kane, good evening, ma'am. Good morning, Mary. Safed Booth is here. Who else? Manhattan I6W. And Sam the Gamer, good to see you. P. Sudhir Kumar, PSK. Hari Bob, Ishan Pandey. Somi is here from Jaipur. Good evening. Chat DSP, Namaste ji, Namaste, good to see you. Om Naik, Namaskar sir. Niket Singh is here from the mountains of Banff. Good morning to you, Niket Singh. Dhruv Durya, well, good to see you. You've been here for a long time. I hope you're doing great. Who else do we have? Om Naik, once again, Ishan Pandey. Sanat says, do I like cats or dogs? It's not like you have to like either one or the other. I like both cats and dogs. I have had the privilege of knowing many excellent cats and dogs. So, yeah, like both. Shirsha Ghosh is also here. Random Skull, Har Har Mahadev, Ishan Pandey, Tanmay Deshpande, hello. CWB Official, hi. Himanshu Rajpurohit, good to see you. Himanshu Rajpurohit says, many Indians are like full support sir to Argentina. Yes, Indians have this full support sir attitude for like a small handful of selected countries. And somehow those countries seem to have things in common. So yeah, interesting. We'll discuss this. Courageous Servant, hello. D Kalashnikov, namaste. Pratik Vora, hello. Wise Idiot is back. Good to see you. Do I like Robert Plant or Freddie Mercury? Once again, I like both. They were very different singers. Both had both had kind of high-pitched voices, but very different styles of singing, very different musical tastes. They're both outstanding, all-time great singers. And both had Indian roots, by the way, in very different ways. Okay. Aryan 965. AIM Sapien, CJ, Nayan Jyoti Bora, good to see you. Nayan Jyoti Bora is asking for book reviews. I've done a whole bunch of those, haven't I? Yeah, well, let's see. Maybe we shall do some more. Anup is here from Pune. Good to see you. Ram from Chennai says Himanshu Raj Purohit. Ramji. Manisha Cardoso, namaste. The Mystic Hustle and everybody else. Okay, so let's take some questions. Before I get into the super chats, let's see what other questions I can take for a bit. Shashank says, what's my analysis of the Jantar Mantar situation, geopolitical angle? Well, there is a geopolitical angle to it. The geopolitical angle to it is that typically there's somebody who is behind the scenes, orchestrating things, coordinating things, funding things, and such sort of thing. You see, this is how you interfere in the internal matters of a country, by propping up people who seem to have a reason bottom up. For example, you invest in certain people and portray them through your media assets, through your NGO assets, through your entertainment industry assets. You portray them as great social workers and pioneers and great patriots and all that. And you do this over a period of 15, 20 years. And then You position them as great leaders of the people who are speaking up against the government, which is useless, for the voiceless, oppressed people, and that sort of thing. So that's how you create these fake movements. Okay. And that really works when the government is making some mistakes. Every government makes mistakes. So when a government is making some mistakes, when there are genuine issues in the country, you then hijack those issues. You surf on top of those waves. No one is claiming there are no issues in the country. Have I not been speaking about education? These people are now talking about education. I've been speaking about it. I have been listing the issues and giving the solutions since 2021. And before that also, I was not online before that. Yeah. These people are now coming up and saying, oh, there are issues in education. Hey, you people have no idea what issues are there in education. So there are genuine issues. And then these genuine issues are then hijacked for political reasons and geopolitical reasons. That's how it is done. That's how the game of, what's it called? The color revolution game is played. That's how Euromaidan revolutions and coups are created. That's how Tahrir Square coups are created, are engineered. Okay? That's how these coups are engineered. So, right, so in India, it's very difficult to engineer a coup, but you can create all this various kinds of pressures on the government. And if the government takes any action, oh my goodness, murder of democracy. Right. So there is a geopolitical angle to it. There is one. And behind it, we know who it is, right? Okay. So let's see. Just Samnat says, what are your thoughts on Dr. Michio Kaku saying gravity is leaking from a fourth direction? He would not have said fourth direction. He would have said some other dimension. The fourth dimension is time itself, right? Gravity doesn't leak from time. He would have said something else. So in string theory, we have the concept of extra dimensions. There is 10, 11 dimensions. There's 26-dimensional string theory. And the dimensions are said to be supposedly super compactified, so tiny, so curled up that we such large beings, physically large beings cannot see, cannot sense those directions. And maybe gravity leaks into those dimensions, and that's why it is so weak compared to the other three forces. There are four major forces in the universe, right? There is gravitation, there is electromagnetism, there's the strong nuclear force, and then there's a weak nuclear force. And out of these four forces, gravity is the incredibly weakest of the forces. So why is it so weak? Maybe it has an effect in all 11 supposed dimensions, or maybe all 26 dimensions, right? So its strength is divided over all these dimensions. That's why it's felt so weakly. That's the kind of string theory talk and speculation that you have among string theorists. What are my thoughts about this? Well, prove it. My thoughts are that, sure, I'll take it seriously if it's proven. If you can actually prove it. Electromagnetism is proven. Experimentally, it's tested. So is the strong nuclear force, so is the weak nuclear force, and so is gravitation through the medium of general relativity. Right. So if this can be experimentally stress tested and proven, then I'll say good. I'll believe it then. Right now, it's all just hand waving and speculation. What kind of hand waving? When I talk about quantum entanglement, I do hand waving. There is one right glove, there is one left glove. And I say one goes to Andromeda, or one goes to Washington, one goes to Moscow. And how does Putin know what Trump has? That sort of thing. That is hand waving. That is all metaphors and all that, right? That's not actually what quantum entanglement is. To actually show you quantum entanglement, I have to write the Schrodinger equation for a pair of entangled particles. But you won't understand that. So I do hand waving. So similarly, Dr. Michio Kaku is doing hand waving. Okay. Let's see. I will not discuss Indian politics. Okay, I will not discuss Indian politics. I will discuss geopolitics, history, science, AI, whatever else. I will not discuss Indian politics. I don't do that, right? There's plenty of people who do that. So I'll stay out of that. Safed Booth says, Abhijit Mitra 1 year ago said on Sham Sharma Show podcast that India had an opportunity for industrialization. We missed it. There was penultimate. We have another ultimatum because of bad rule, law and order. When's next? When's next what? When's next what? And this question is repeated multiple times. No, there's no question. You are making a statement. Okay, I don't know what the question is. If you have a question, you need to ask me the question. Somebody said this, fantastic. Okay. Manhattan says, bro, I did a lot of research. Trust me, boots on the ground will happen in Iran. You will remember me, Abhijit. I'll talk to you soon once it happens. He will absolutely send boots to Kharg Island. All right, sir, I will remember you if it happens. All right. Yeah, okay. Sure thing. Okay. I have said that boots on the ground is suicidal. Where is that? Where is? So here it is. I have said this multiple times, right? That for the United States, for Israel, whoever, trying to put boots on the ground in Iran is suicidal. I've said that. So, and the war started on what? 28th of February. It's been months and months and months. Have they attempted anything? They tried one or two stunts, and those failed miserably. Right. And you are saying they will send boots on the ground to Kharg. Oh, all right. I'll remember you if that happens. Okay. Let's see. Let's see how it goes. Okay. You've done a lot of research. All right. Fair enough. Let's see. The same questions recycled, repeated, copy pasted. Yeah, there we are. Okay. Sam the Gamer says, why did human beings develop so many different polytheistic faiths? How did they aid survival? Why do polytheistic cultures feel more natural and organic, while Abrahamic ones seem artificial? Look, I suppose to people who are born in Abrahamic cultures, polytheistic cultures may feel more natural, may feel more artificial. I don't know. I have no idea. I cannot think from the perspective and from the worldview of an Abrahamic person. So I don't know. But why did humans develop so many polytheistic faiths? Well, humans typically lived in environments that were conducive to human habitation. Humans typically preferred to live in such environments. Forests and trees and varied landscapes and valleys and that sort of thing. And when you live in an environment of plenty, then you typically see nature as benevolent. The sky gives you rain, which nourishes the plants that give you food, and you get the bounty of nature in so many different ways, from the oceans, from the ocean, from the rivers, from the trees, from the hills, the mountains. So you see divinity in everything, and very different aspects of divinity. So you anthropomorphize all of them, and that's how multiple gods emerge or whatever. And then you perhaps worship your ancestors, and so on. So that's how over time, over maybe hundreds of generations, you develop a polytheistic culture. Perhaps that's how it works. Perhaps. So wherever you've had human beings who lived in environments of plenty, that's where you had polytheistic cultures develop. And whenever people lived in desert regions, they typically developed monotheistic cultures. I mean, historically, how many monotheistic cultures have you had? Before the Abrahamic faiths emerged, I can't think of any monotheistic culture. I mean, even the Huns that originated from what is present-day Mongolia, that's not exactly an environment of plenty, is it? So frigid, barren environment, extremely cold winters, very hard to survive there. And they developed a polytheistic culture. What is called Tengrism in English is a polytheistic belief system. You have the Sky Father Tengri, you have the Earth Mother Umai, there is nature worship, there is spirit worship, there's the worship of your ancestors. Uh, that's classic polytheism, right? And so that developed not exactly in a desert environment, but in extremely inhospitable environment. I think the only polytheistic culture I can think of that uh, existed in ancient times was the Abrahamic one. Yeah, so I think polytheistic cultures are more natural, more organic, but the Abrahamic monotheistic ones that have spread across the world, well, they are currently more successful. Yeah, right. Okay. Aim Sapien says, say once again, this is Indian politics. Since I don't support the CJP protest, are you happy or sad about Delhi police action? I am not aware of what's happened. What action has the Delhi police taken? I'm not aware. Yeah, I'm not watching that. I'm not keeping track of that. I don't know what's happening in Delhi right now. Has something happened? And even if something has happened that's outside of my remit, I don't discuss those matters. I do not support the Cockroach Party protest. I am not saying that the cause they claim to support is illegitimate. I'm not saying that. Long before the Cockroach Party existed or was even imagined by anybody, I have been speaking about these things. But I have not been going and protesting. I've been saying that these are the issues that exist in education, in the Indian education system. The Indian education system is rotten to the core. I have done entire episodes about this in which I've listed out all the problems that exist in the Indian education system and I've given all the solutions. Right? Asking some minister to resign is not going to solve anything. You got to reform the system. The minister is the symptom. I am not defending the minister. I'm the last person who will try to defend that minister. Right? My point is, these people are trying to surf on top of the wave. Examination paper leaks and all that. That's horrific. That's horrific. So that's a legitimate issue. The cockroaches are not legitimate. That's my point. So I'm not aware of what's happened, what the Delhi police has done, and I'm going to stay out of it. Right? There's plenty of people who will discuss that. Okay, what else? Kids got beaten in the Cockroach Party protest. What do I like to say? Look, you protest, the police are going to be there. And the police, what do? They take orders from politicians. So if kids go and protest, first of all, if you are okay, listen, okay, you want to discuss this? Let's discuss this. How do you bring about change in a country? Let's say you have real issues. Do we have real issues in this country? Are you new to my channel, Baba? Do we have real issues in this country? Do we have rampant alleged corruption? Do we have illegal infiltrators allegedly in every corner of the country? Tens of millions of them? Do we have a ridiculously rotten to the core education system? Of course, we have all these things. So the question is, how are you going to solve these problems? Are you going to solve these problems by going and shouting in the street? Is that the solution? Oh, we protest. We'll stand in the sun and shout. We will stand in some corner or some Jantar Mantar, and we will protest. And 25 media channels will come and outrage 24/7. And 8 p.m., 9 p.m. there will be debates. Is that how you solve the problems in the country? No, you don't. That's not how you solve the country's problems. If you want to solve the country's problems, you have to get into power. And then you have to enact reforms. Super difficult. Okay? When you are young, when you're 15 years old, when you're 20 years old, you're all angry, you're full of energy, so you will go and protest. Yes, you're ruled by your emotions. That's going to get you nowhere. And the people who are actually orchestrating the protests, they are using you as cannon fodder. Okay? They are hoping you will get beaten up by the cops so that they can do more outrage to play on the people's sentiments more. But who's benefiting from all this? The people who want to become politically relevant and create new fake artificial political parties. They are the ones who are benefiting from this. And then they will have, if they succeed in their campaign, in their project, then they will be an established political parties. They will get seats in the legislative assembly or Lok Sabha or whatever, and then they will become established politicians. Then they will come to power somewhere in some shape or form, and then they will rule over you, and they will change nothing, by the way. Okay, that is the deal. So what's the solution? The solution is for you to find a way to come to power, grab power, seize power legally, and then change the system. Shouting on the streets and outraging is going to do nothing. That's the ones who understand how things work, they are laughing at this stuff. So if you are an intelligent kid, then you will approach this differently. Do these problems exist? These question paper leaks and all? Yeah, of course. It's horrific. The whole system is rotten to the core, corrupt to the core. Who does the system serve? Does it serve the students? No, it doesn't serve the students. See, in an education system anywhere in the world, okay, let's say X country, who is the education system supposed to serve? It's supposed to serve the country. It's supposed to serve the students. The education system's stakeholders are the students. The system is supposed to serve the students by educating them. But in India, what does the education system do? Who does it serve? It serves the teachers. It serves the administrators. It serves the tuition wallas. It serves the institutions. It serves as an employment generation scheme. If you want to know who the real stakeholders are in an education system, do one experiment. Let's do a thought experiment, a Gedanken experiment, like we say in physics. Let's say you have a school, You have a school, and let's take two cases. A student misbehaves with a teacher, and a teacher misbehaves with a student. What are going to be the consequences in each case? If a student misbehaves with a teacher, my goodness, you're going to be suspended. You're going to be suspended. You're going to be thrown out of the school, rusticated. You will lose a year or two of your life. It's a disaster for you. That's why parents plead with the teachers and the principals and all. So if a student misbehaves with a teacher, if a student misbehaves in school, they are in extreme trouble. If a teacher misbehaves with a student, nobody gives a damn. No action will typically be taken. So who is the system serving and protecting? Ask yourself. Is it actually serving the students? No, it isn't. God give a damn about the students. The students are actually the cannon fodder. The system is rotten to the core. And generation after generation, decade after decade, your political leaders come and they keep praising the system. So am I in favor of the system? No. The cause is real. This is a real cause. This is a real horrific problem that students are facing. But these cockroaches are trying to hijack that genuine problem. They are not on your side. They have their own agenda. That is my point. All right, enough of that. All right. Ashwin watches. What do I think about the NEET paper leak? The government not saying anything about it. Don't you think the government should say anything about this? Listen. Words, what is more important? Words or actions? Do you want somebody to say something? Arey, ye sab nahi chalega. हम इसके लिए कुछ करेंगे, इसके बारे में कुछ करेंगे, हम इसका मुंह तोड़ जवाब देंगे, हम इसकी कड़ी निंदा करते हैं, हम आपसे हम आपको वचन देते हैं कि अगले 6 महीनों में हम कमेटी बिठाएंगे, ब्ला ब्ला ब्ला, और हम बहुत ही क्षमा मांगते हैं. Do you want all that? Right? They do that, and then everything is forgotten. Words are meaningless. Words are utterly meaningless. You want action. I don't care if the government is saying nothing about it, but what action is the government taking? As far as I see, the government is taking no action. Am I surprised? Sadly, I'm not surprised. Sadly, I'm not. Tragically. Yeah. I don't think the government needs to say something about this. I think the government needs to finally take some action about this. And the action should not be limited to firing, to sacking some minister. The action is reforming the system, cleaning out the corruption, punishing those who are doing this year after year. Ask yourselves, who is benefiting from the NEET paper, question paper leak, and other question paper leaks, and across the country, God knows how many question papers get leaked. Who benefits from this? Who is monetizing this? That is what needs to be tackled. At the root of this is allegedly corruption all across the board. Do you understand how this works? Why does a question paper leak happen? Do you understand that? That's what you have to look into. If a question paper is leaked, why is it being leaked? Because money is being made allegedly. Right? Who is monetizing it? Now, an outsider can't monetize it because an outsider doesn't have access to the papers. So it looks like it could potentially, perhaps, allegedly, hypothetically be insiders who are doing it. So is it that difficult to figure out who it is? If you are in the government, it should be a piece of cake to figure out who is doing this. So why is it not being done? These are the questions people should ask. People don't do it. People are outraging. Oh, is mantri ko hatao and all. Yeah, mantri ko hatao and the solution problem is solved. Nothing is solved. The government should do something about this. Saying something about it is pointless. Okay. Like I said, I am not aware of what the Delhi police has done, and I addressed this question. What else? Before I get into the before I get into the super chats, McLevin says FIFA is fixed it for Argentina. The fix didn't work at the end, right? They tried their best. I mean, how many fouls can a team get away with? If you do a deliberate handball, that's a straight yellow at the very least. If you do a deliberate handball, it's an automatic yellow card minimum, if not a red card. And this Argentinian guy, what's his name? McAllister, or I mean, what's a Scottish name doing in Argentina? Whatever. McAllister does a deliberate handball right in front of the referee. The referee just blows his whistle and runs away. No card. The kind of fouls the Argentinians did yesterday. Good God. Career-ending fouls potentially. Nothing. No. And a goal is scored. No, that's a foul. What foul? No VAR, nothing. It's a foul. Goal not allowed. They tried their best to fix it. Yeah, of course, the Argentinians had one guy sent off because, I mean, how much can you get away with fouling? And yet, they lost. Despite all this, they lost. Incredible. The amount of cheating that has happened. It took me so many years to open my eyes to what Argentina really is. Yeah, anyway, Argentina kaise haar gayi? Even I'm surprised how did they lose when they had FIFA on their side? Really. Spain 1 year. Look, my team is India. India never plays the World Cup. So it's okay. I would say good for Spain. They deserve to win. Yesterday's football match was the worst final I have seen in my entire life. Worst final I've seen. It was, I mean, terrible, terrible display by Argentina. They did not have a single shot at goal. Not a single shot at goal in a final match. They didn't deserve to win. They did not deserve to win. And yeah, I'm glad it's that guy's last match. Never have to see him again. Oof. Right. Okay. Okay. La Roja won, but I supported Argentina for Messi. But it is what it is. All right. I'm sorry for you that your favorite player did not win. But I don't think Argentina deserved to win that match yesterday. Yeah, I do not think they deserved to win it at all. They didn't have a single shot on goal in the entire final. Not just the 90 minutes, but the added 30 minutes as well. Disgraceful football from Argentina. Disgraceful. Just to keep one guy in the team who's elderly, they have to completely change the way they play. Is it worth it? Was it worth it? I don't think it was. All right. Full support. Full support. Full support. Full support. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. What are India's biggest geopolitical threats right now? Are we prepared for it? What are India's biggest geopolitical threats? Well, there are two nations that are India's biggest geopolitical threats. And they are more powerful than India. Two nations. Those. Can you guess who they are? Can somebody let me know who those two are? Those are our biggest geopolitical threats right now. Are we prepared for it? I would say we need to be prepared for that, and we are not entirely prepared for that. We are still aligned with one of them to a certain extent. Sir, full support. No, not full support nation. Another one. Struggler says opinion on Kissinger. Well, great man. And it was tragic. He passed away, untimely death a couple of years ago. Nasty person overall. But yeah, he shaped a lot of what happened in the 20th century. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Okay. Ooh, right. Okay, let's get into the okay. Before I get into the super chats, there were a couple of super chats yesterday that I could not take, so I'll take those now. I'd taken screenshots. Darshan says, "I'm 24, change in career, want to pursue a career in CDN, Canadian diplomacy. I speak English, French, Gujarati, Hindi, and Argentinian. AR. What's AR? Aryan. Sanskrit. What is AR? What is AR? Arabic. Marhaba, Sayyidi. Okay. What skills and traits should I develop besides university? So you want to be a diplomat. Well, first of all, it's good if you speak multiple languages. Of course, you're going to be, if you're in Canada, you will typically speak English and French. CBC Radio Canada, oui. Okay, so you also speak Gujarati, Hindi, and Arabic. All right. So it's always an advantage if you speak multiple languages. Apart from that, it's not enough to merely speak multiple languages. As a diplomat, if you want to specialize in a certain part of the world, you have to not beyond speaking the language of the region, which is a great asset to have. You also should understand the culture and the history of the region. Okay, so if you want to specialize in a region, learn the culture, learn the history, learn the reasons why you have potentially conflicts in the region. For example, if you know Arabic, the Arabic region is conflict prone. We know that, right? West Asia. So understand why the conflicts happen, what caused them, what are the historical reasons, what are the historical grievances that are fueling the conflicts, and who are the various parties involved, and so on. It's very important to know that, and you should understand the local cultures. I mean, each Arabic-speaking culture is very different from each other. Syria speaks Arabic, but it's culturally, historically very different from the rest of the world. Syria has all these little ethnicities. You have the Alawites and Hashemites and all that stuff, right? So figure that out. You got to learn that. the tribal divisions and all those things. So that's one thing you do. It's always, an asset, an advantage for a diplomat to know these things, to understand the history and culture of a place really well. Beyond that, as a diplomat, you need to understand what discretion is. You need to be good at keeping secrets. You have to understand what your nation's interests are, not just the core vital interests, but also important interests, peripheral interests, how those interlink with each other, how those, you could say, see how those synthesize or synergize with the interests of other countries. Then you understand that. Then you understand that as a diplomat, you always serve your country, but you always also you always are at the beck and call and service of your politicians, the political class. And those things you also learn, and so on, right? What skills and traits? Discretion is a skill; it's a trait to have, and so on. So this is something you get trained in as well over time. You, as a diplomat, you're also kind of a spy. Okay, understand that. You have to learn interpersonal skills. You have to learn how to cultivate assets. You have to learn how to memorize things, notice things quietly without anybody else noticing what you notice, right? You have to learn that, so you can practice that when you go to a restaurant. Where's the entrance? Where's the exit? Who's what? In 30 seconds you should be able to size up the room. You should be able to tell exactly who's in charge of what is the power structure like, what's the hierarchy like, who's in, and yeah, that sort of thing. So yeah, it helps to have these traits and skills. All right, sir, all the best, all the best. And we have a couple more questions here about football. Deepen Vadwa says, I hope the Messi cheater propaganda has been debunked. Jealousy, fake out of context clips, no care for rules, and singling out only one kind of bad calls by the referees. Please don't fall for adharmic trends. Don't join them. Okay, and you stress critical thinking. Please judge Argentina on full 90 minutes, not cherry picked clips. FIFA president was at Colombia match, not Egypt. Fake AI pic went viral of him rooting for Argentina versus Egypt. Won't this ruin all that? Okay, so Deepen and Abhay are genuinely worried for me. They think that I am falling prey to misinformation. They think that I must be watching some 30-second clips here and there, and that's why I have formed this image of Argentina being a team of cheaters and Messi is a cheater. And they are saying that, Abhijit ji, please don't fall for these trends, these fake trends, and all these fake AI clips and all that. Please use critical thinking. You are losing critical thinking. You are becoming adharmic. So they are both obviously concerned about me. They're concerned about my well-being. They're concerned that I'm slipping away from my own principle of being a critical thinker. And they think that I have recently, because right now everybody is watching football and talking about football. That's why I've suddenly in the past 2-3 days become slightly interested in football, and that's why I'm being misled by everybody. That's what they are worried about. So let me tell you a story. Okay, let's talk football. In 1985, in 1985, I was a little kid. In 85, in the autumn or winter of 85, there was a horrific earthquake in Mexico City. Thousands of people died. The city was devastated. And Mexico had won the right to host the World Cup next year in 86. And Mexico was worried that they would have to give it up to some other country because they were devastated. But the stadium in Mexico City was intact. So eventually other countries decided to aid Mexico and help Mexico out. And the next year, 86, Mexico was able to somehow successfully host the World Cup. Now, I was a kid. I was living in Europe at the time. I did not quite watch the World Cup, but I eventually watched some clips of the World Cup. And I was fascinated by this one person, Diego Armando Maradona, right? Incredibly gifted football player who could just burst through any kind of defensive formation. He would be fouled over and over again, brutal fouls by the opponents, and yet he would just persevere, get up, dribble past everybody as if he was doing magic, and score the most outrageous goals. including a goal with his hand, which at that time I thought was genius. I was a kid, right? I always saw him as a genius. So I became a big fan of Diego Armando Maradona, and as a consequence of that, I became a fan of the Argentine football team. Then I looked up their 1978 victory. Kempes was the captain, I think, right? Kempes or whoever it was. 1978, they won the World Cup. 82, they did not. And 86, they won again. So I was like a fan of Argentina. So 1990, Italia 90. 1990 World Cup. That I watched. I watched many of the matches. And I watched the final. I watched the semi-final. Argentina versus was it Italy? Was it Brazil? Whoever it was. So that in 1990 there was another great star in Argentina. His name was there were two stars. One was Claudio Caniggia. He was a tall, lanky, blonde, long-haired guy who was the fastest runner among all the footballers in the World Cup. He was a fantastic player. He was a great friend of Maradona. And the other star in the team was Goicoechea, the goalkeeper of Argentina. So, yeah, I was a big fan of Argentina that year. I mean, in that World Cup as well. And I was overjoyed Argentina reached the final. And in the final, in the 85th minute, Germany got a penalty. West Germany got a penalty. I think it was Rudi Voller who was fouled, was it? And I said, yeah, he's a thief, because voleur in French means thief. His name was Rudi Voller. Their captain was Lothar Matthäus, Germany's captain. It was Andreas Brehme who scored the winning goal, who converted the penalty. So Argentina lost to West Germany 1-0 in 1990. I was like sad. Oh, sad. My favorite team has lost. 94, Argentina is back. Maradona is back. And Maradona fails a drug test. He's found doing cocaine or something. I would not believe it. No. Aisa nahi ho sakta. It cannot be. He's a great guy. Anyhow, then Maradona, I think, retired. And 94, that was a great World Cup too. It was in the US. Denmark was there. Haaland's father played in that World Cup for Denmark. And 94, I think the final was between Brazil and Italy. Italy had this team of superstars. They had the Roberto Baggio, who used to have a ponytail back in the day. He's the one who missed the penalty that penalty miss gave Brazil the World Cup. Bebeto, Romario, those two guys, they were the stars at the time. So 94 Brazil won. I watched that. 98, I was in university at the time in 98. And the 98 World Cup was in France. The final was in Paris. It was France against Brazil. I watched the match in a hostel TV room. The entire room was packed. Everybody was Brazil, Indians, right? Indians. And me and one Iranian boy, okay, he was, Iranian boy. We were supporting France. By halftime, it's 2-0 France. Everyone's quiet. Me and the Iranian guy like, yeah. Yeah, so I don't know what Argentina did in that World Cup 98, but it was Zidane's World Cup. It was Didier Deschamps' World Cup. Didier Deschamps was the coach of France this year. He was the captain of France in 98. So I watched that too. 2002, I missed the World Cup because I was doing cyber coolie work in North America. But it was Brazil that won. Ronaldo, right? Yeah, Ronaldo Gaucho, and Ronaldinho and those guys. Yeah, so 2002 I missed. 2006, France reached the final again, and Zidane did this great famous header on Marco Materazzi, which gave him the red card. He was out, and Italy won again. That was 2004. 2008, sorry, that was 2006. 2010, it was South Africa. The Vuvuzelas, right? And Spain won the World Cup. I have no idea what Argentina did in that. 2014, it was Germany's turn to win. Yeah, they did really well. And I was happy for Germany. 2018 was in Russia. It was France that won. It was a very young Kylian Mbappe, right? France deserved that win. And in 2022, I did a live stream while the World Cup final was going on, 2022, right? France, Argentina. And I was supporting Argentina, Messi, come on, Messi. And I mean, it was 3-3, I think, by full time, even extra time. And Mbappe scored a hat trick. And yet, in penalties, I think it was Argentina that won, and I was very happy. So that was 2022, last World Cup. Now this World Cup, what happened? So how many World Cups have I covered? 1986, 1990, 94, 98, 2002, 2006, 2010, 14, 18, 22. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 World Cup finals I've discussed. Am I somebody who's new to football? Have I not? I have been a follower, supporter of Argentina because my team isn't there ever in the World Cup. Understand? All these years, I was not using critical thinking. Then recently, a couple of years ago, I rewatched the 2022 Argentina versus Netherlands match. I rewatched it. And my goodness, the amount of cheating Argentina did in that match, and the amount of favoritism shown to Argentina by FIFA, it blew my mind. And then I went back to all those matches that I have seen in the past, and I rewatched them with open eyes, critical eyes. I went back, I reconsidered Diego Maradona, that hand of God against Peter Shilton. That was blatant cheating. Then I realized Argentina's culture is that of cheating. And I was misled by the charisma and whatever of Maradona and Claudio Caniggia and Burruchaga and whoever else. Messi. Then I revisited Messi's career. My God, the favoritism that has been shown to that one guy. Is he talented? Of course he's talented. He's one of the all-time greats in terms of talent. But I'm telling you, Pele is the greatest. Pele is the greatest. Maradona is number 2, and Ronaldo and Messi are the same. Number 3 all-time greats. Perhaps Ronaldo, maybe better than Messi. But the amount of favoritism that's been shown to Messi, the amount of arrogance that man has showed. Yesterday in the final, there's this Spanish guy, defender, who's standing there. Messi goes and runs into him. Then he falls down and he's given a free kick. The Spanish guy is standing there. Messi runs into him deliberately. And then he falls on. Oh, look at me. I'm sick and tired of that guy. So please don't tell me that I'm being misled by propaganda. Huh? Please don't tell me that. I appreciate the concern. Now you are saying that I am falling for adharmic trends. Which of these two countries that played in yesterday's final are dharmic or adharmic? Spain, Argentina. If I don't support Argentina, I'm adharmic, you say. So if I support Argentina, am I dharmic? Have you seen Argentina's history? See, let's say, forget about Spain for a second. Let's say there's two options that I have. Support Argentina or support Brazil. Which one is more dharmic? You see, Brazil, the average person of Brazil is a descendant of those who were colonized by the Portuguese, or oppressed by the Portuguese, or enslaved by the Portuguese. The average Brazilian is more likely to be a descendant mostly of those who were oppressed, enslaved, or colonized. The average Argentine is overwhelmingly more likely to be a descendant of the colonizers, and who will still have those colonial attitudes. Why are there no native people in Argentina? What happened to Argentina's native people, indigenous people? Why is Argentina overwhelmingly white when Brazil is overwhelmingly brown and black? Where are Argentina's native people? Argentina imported hundreds of thousands of African slaves. What happened to those slaves? So if I don't support Argentina, am I being adharmic? I would say I am being adharmic if I support Argentina. Please learn some history. That is my earnest recommendation. We fall for superficialities. We fall for, oh, this player is so great. Full support players are. This player, he's got such style. Look at the class of this player. Class. That's what we fall for. Superficialities. Go deeper. Spain. You see their history? Okay. The less we speak about Spain's history, the better. Their history is even worse than that of Argentina. They are responsible for so much bloodshed, so much misery, so much oppression. Yeah. I don't even know where to begin with that story. I know where to begin, but okay. Begins in 1892, of course. Sorry, not in 1492. I mean, that chapter of the story begins in 1492. So let's not get into all these silly things of being dharmic and adharmic and all that crap. Okay, there's nothing dharmic or adharmic about supporting some football team. So keep dharma, adharma out of whoever you support, because none of them are dharmic, by the way. That is the deal. I hope I have clarified matters. All right. Okay. Let's get. Oh, good. We got 41 super chats. Okay. Varinder Marwa says, Elite Golden Saka Genome finally out. Significance. I have no idea. I've not seen it. But let me see what this is. Elite Golden Saka. Look, before I even look into it, it's going to be a Scythian genome. Okay. It's going to be predominantly, Eurasian steppe ancestry. The patrilineal markers are going to be R1A adjacent or R1A downstream. It's going to have some Eastern Eurasian ancestry. Okay. This is going to have a significant affinity potentially if it's Golden Saka with West Eurasia. But the core haplogroup is going to be R1A adjacent or R1A downstream. Most likely R1A downstream. Right. Significant Indian Iranian adjacents. I'm telling you all this before I even look into it. Significance, it's gonna throw no new light on it. It's gonna be this. It's gonna throw us no surprises. It's gonna be exactly what I said here. Golden Saka genome. Not Holden. Golden Saka. So new genomic study uncovers family ties linking Scythian elite blah 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 blah. Elite status. Okay, ancient DNA, blah, etc. Golden Man, Kazakhstan. Okay, Shakistan. Kazakhstan is Shakistan. Shaka, right? Shakistan. Elite individuals, etc. Half were female. No, blah blah, etc. New DNA, etc. Scytho-Siberian, Iron Age, Kurgans, horse riding nomads, all that. DNA, etc. Scythian Saka, Golden Man. Okay, what exactly have you found? All that is fine. Aina Childebayeva, whoever she is, she's an assistant professor. Okay. Elite women, very good. Yes. Danube to the Altai, Scythians and Sakas. Okay. This is just news. I want to see the actual paper. Where's the paper? This is the Max Planck thing. Astana Times. Ancient DNA, archaeological news online. Where can I find the actual research paper? Landmark ancient DNA. Okay, here. That's opening the same old thing. So where's this science plus AAAS? Let me give me a second. Will I be able to open it here? Let's see. Ancient DNA elites, and who are the Aishin, Galici, Medina, Adam, Lizet. Okay, these are all Central Asian scientists. It's fantastic to see. First millennium. What exactly have you found? The Eurasian steppe in the first millennium, present genome data from 95 individuals. Ancestries are heterogeneous. The elites have lower variation, no detectable petrilocal or matrilocal signal, etc. Saka, genetically what? Okay, genetically they are shown to represent preceding middle-aged ancestral component. Sintashta Andronova. Oh, well, that's Indo-Iranian, obviously. MLBA, Southern Central Asian component. Bacteria margin. That's once again Indo-Iranian tripartite ancestry. Yeah, pretty much what I said. and they tend to be greater than 1.5, 2 meters in height. Oh yeah, tall, strong, hatte katte. What else? What else? Zoomorphic imagery, etc. Eastern Sakas. Results: Scythian population genetics. Show me the haplogroups if you have those. Um, Shahri Sokhta. That's almost subcontinental. Shahri Sokhta. Okay, this is what we have here. Okay, what else do we have? Okay, listen, I'm not going to go through the entire research paper here, but overall, I would say no big, massive surprises. All right. Mary Kane says new performance-based procurement models will be needed for cosmic scale engineering. Okay. Question: who will oversee new ways of corruption? Who will oversee new ways of corruption? Digital predictions and simulations department. Okay, so new performance-based procurement models will be needed for cosmic scale engineering. Cosmic scale. So the cosmic scale is vast. Obviously, it's bigger. It goes beyond solar system scale engineering. So let's say, before we get into galactic scale stuff, let's talk about humanity hypothetically in the future becoming a solar system scale family. Let's say, okay. Let's say we are spread out across the solar system. We can travel across the solar system the way we travel across the planet today. You hop onto an aircraft, and in a few hours, you wherever you want to be. Right. So let's say in 100 years, maybe we can do that. Tomorrow morning, I want to be somewhere. I can hop into a hypercraft, and in a couple of days, I'm at Jupiter or whatever. Let's say it's like that. Yeah. So we are doing engineering now at a solar system wide scale, solar system level scale, and eventually we'll go beyond that. So you will need performance based procurement models. You need to procure materials for whatever engineering you're doing. And where do you procure materials from? You procure materials from whatever resources you have available in your region. That's going to be the solar system. It's going to be the planets, the moons. You're going to mine them, the asteroids. You'll primarily mine the moons and the planets. The asteroids are a little hard to reach at the best of times. So you're going to mine them. You're going to dig out whatever you need from that, and you will construct whatever, you will pursue whatever engineering projects you have. So that's going to be the solar system scale engineering. So who's going to oversee new ways of corruption? Oh, it's going to be the people who are in power. So you're going to have institutions that expand into the entire solar system. You're going to have procurement divisions. You're going to have administration. You're going to have bureaucrats. You're going to have bureaucratic institutions. You're going to have our armed forces, and so much more. You're going to have judiciaries. Yeah, it's going to be solar system scale, and it's going to be the people who are part of the machinery of governance, and it's going to be the politicians who generally are going to oversee corruption. So corruption will take new shapes and new forms, but it's not going to be that unfamiliar. It's not going to be entirely new sci-fi style corruption. Corruption is going to be done the same way it's done today, but there's going to be a different scale to the corruption, right? Will there be a digital predictions and simulations department? I suppose there will be. Yeah. Now, right now, you can do digital predictions and simulations. You can simulate weather, for example. You can simulate nuclear explosions. You can simulate drug reactions. Let's say a new antibiotic that you want to synthesize, but you first want to see what its effects are going to be on a certain kind of individual, a certain kind of physiology or whatever. So you can simulate that in a supercomputer today using AI and whatever, right? So you can already do digital simulations today on various things. And once you have even more powerful supercomputers and you have artificial intelligence, you're going to be able to simulate all kinds of things. And when it comes to predictions, you can predict the weather. You can predict what's going to happen in the stock market. You can predict football and sporting, results. You can predict the future potentially geopolitically as well, probabilistically at least, right? You can if you are doing geopolitical forecasts, you can forecast what could happen 6 months down the line in a particular region with probabilities attached to each forecast. So let's say I can give you scenario A, scenario B, scenario C, and scenario D, and what's the probability in my assessment for each scenario materializing. You could do that. I've done that in the past, right? So that sort of forecasting already exists. Governments have forecasters. Governments have analysts who do give forecasts. There are entire forecasting desks, forecasting desks, and you have grading desks who grade each forecast based on what actually happened. And that's how you know which forecaster is statistically more likely to be accurate. And you can fire the rest, that sort of thing. So eventually you will be able to delegate all of that to AI. And then you will have AI running different forecasting models, and then you can weed certain models out. So yeah, you're going to have all of this not far in the future, right? And when it comes to cosmic scale engineering and corruption, well, that's going to be a sight to behold, I suppose. All right. Bhaskar Bandit says, Privyet from Moscow. Privyet ji, Privyet. My health is good. Thank you. A lot happening on 0.5 front. Your take on latest developments, plus where it all is allegedly hurting some powers to employ such tactics in Bharat. Are you talking about the cockroaches? There's a cockroach protest happening right now in Delhi, apparently. Apparently some action has been taken. I'm not aware of it. I'm not tracking what's happening. Look, a lot is happening on the 0.5 front. A lot is happening, but a lot has been happening for the past many years. Maybe people have not been noticing. The Delhi riots, the Shaheen Bagh protests, that is part of the same game plan, right? Stuff that happened in 2012, that was also part of the same game plan. It's not disconnected from what's happening now. So it's always the same power or powers that are behind all this. My take on the latest developments, I'm not tracking the latest developments, right? This is a pressure tactic on New Delhi. It's a pressure tactic. They're creating a bunch of pressure points on the government of India. Some of these are external to the present day borders of India. These are subcontinental pressure points. West Pakistan, East Pakistan, Nepal, the regime changes. These are external pressure points. The disaster that's unfolding in Manipur and across the border in Myanmar, that's another pressure point that's spilling over into India, the invasion of Manipur by foreigners, that sort of thing. Then you have all these internal issues. New Delhi itself is under siege to some extent, right? In 2019 or 18 or wherever it was, the Shaheen Bagh thing and the Delhi riots and all, exactly when Trump visits. There was also a pressure point, a different kind of pressure point. When Xi Jinping came to India the first time after Mr. Modi came to power, the moment he reached India, the Chinese tried to encroach upon India, right? They started a border standoff against India. So when Xi Jinping is in Delhi or wherever he is meeting with Mr. Modi, there was this Chinese standoff against India on the border, the undemarcated India-Tibet border, right? So Xi Jinping came to India with that pressure on Mr. Modi to show Mr. Modi that, you know what, I hold the upper hand over you. And that would be used as leverage in closed door negotiations and closed door talks. So when Trump came to India in 2019 or whenever it was, Delhi was burning. There was a pressure tactic on Mr. Modi, a pressure that was being applied on Mr. Modi, right? And right now we have whatever is happening. So these are all tried and tested tactics, and so it's going to continue. This is going to continue. And where is it allegedly hurting some powers to employ such tactics? It's not hurting them, it's helping them. What's hurting? It's hurting Bharat. Okay, it's not hurting them, it's hurting Bharat. What is the agenda? What are they trying to do? What they want is to contain India. They want to contain India. India must not rise. Christopher Lando came to Delhi. He said it to your faces that we are not going to make the same mistake we did with China. We are not going to let you grow. If you grow, then you will pose all kinds of challenges to us commercially and otherwise. So we will not let you grow. We will not let you rise. You have to be a vassal. You have to be a market. You have to be a nation of consumers, not producers. He said it to your faces. So that's what they're trying to do. They want to create chaos in India. They want to create trouble all across India so that India simply doesn't have the scope to grow. That's what they're trying to do. Okay. Right. What's next? Aniket says, what will happen after massive solar flare? Specifically, what impact will it have on women and their status in society? How will a solar flare affect women differently? How? Yeah, I have no idea. How can a solar flare affect women differently? Okay, what is a solar flare? It's called a coronal mass ejection. Okay, the sun is just gigantic star. Well, compared to us, it's gigantic. Otherwise, it's an ordinary yellow star, white star. It's a white star. It looks yellow from here. It's actually white. If you go out of the atmosphere and go into orbit around Earth, if you look at this, if you see what the sun looks like, it doesn't look yellow from orbit. It looks white, completely pure white. It's an ordinary white star, and it's an ongoing nuclear reaction, a gigantic fusion reaction. And the sun has layers, the corona and so on. So it sometimes ejects massive amounts of plasma. And that's called coronal mass ejections. And what comes out is called solar wind. That's plasma. And sometimes it travels in the direction of the Earth. And if it travels in the direction of the Earth, all that plasma, it gets trapped by the Earth's magnetic field. And if a massive amount of that comes, it's going to trip all your electrical wires, electrical circuits. It's going to fry it all. And it's going to, cause trillions and trillions of dollars of damage. It's going to destroy entire power grids and so much more. Yeah. So what Barrington event, Barrington class event? What's the Barrington event? It happened in the 19th century. Barrington event. Oh, sorry, Carrington event. Carrington. Yeah. Carrington event. What is this? So the most intense geomagnetic storm in recorded history, solar cycle 10, strong auroral displays that were reported globally, caused sparking and fires in telegraph stations, coronal mass ejection, Okay. So if this sort of thing happens again, it's going to devastate Earth. It's going to knock out all your satellites. It's going to destroy your power grids. It's going to destroy your, it's going to fry your phones. Everything is going to be destroyed. It's a matter of when, not if. How will it impact women differently? I have absolutely no idea. Yeah. Okay. There's some continuation. Okay. Indian company made electric motor without magnet and rare earths. That's fantastic. Yes. So an Indian company has made an electric motor without magnets, the rare earth permanent magnets. It's going to have electromagnets. It's been able to develop the technology to have this sort of motor without rare earth magnets. That's fantastic. So the question is, what happens with their invention? What happens with their motor? If they had made it in the US, they would have created a big company, become billionaires. I don't know what happens in India. Maybe some American company will come and buy the technology out. I hope that doesn't happen. I hope the government of India gives them everything they need to make a global size company here itself. And this could be a game changer for India if we no longer have to depend on China for rare earth magnets. So I think that's great. And they should be given everything they need by the government of India, and be treated as real assets for the country. That's what I think should happen. In the last live stream, you said, yes, India should expand in midterm future. Then why not towards big country? What's a Myanmar. Myanmar, big country with lots of minerals, less population, which used to be part of India. What will happen to cookies? Perhaps that's the reason government going easy on them. Listen, I have no idea why the government is whatever. Cookies. What will happen to cookies? They can go back to their homeland in China, I suppose. The cookies aren't Burmese, right? The cookies aren't Burmese. They're not Indian. They're not even Burmese. They are from Yunnan in China. They can go back to their homeland. See, look, they are not Burmese. They don't speak the Burmese language. They don't care to speak the Burmese language. They don't believe in the Burmese culture. They don't respect the Burmese culture. They're fighting the government of Burma. Go back to China. That's it, right? India should expand. Why not into Burma, which used to be part of India? It was part of India. It was part of the Indian civilizational spread, which extended all the way to the Philippines, Indonesia, all of that. But the Philippines were not part of India. Indonesia was not part of India. Culturally, it was like us. So 800 years ago, if you went to Indonesia, you would not feel like you have gone outside of India. Okay, their facial features would look different, not similar to some extent, but culturally they would be just like us. If you spoke Sanskrit, they would speak Sanskrit with you. They would understand. You could speak with each other. Culturally, you would not feel any culture shock. If you went to the Philippines, if you went to Indonesia, if you went to Vietnam, the Champa region, if you went to Southeast Asia, yeah, same thing. So Burma is like that. It was never, as far as I remember, ruled by Indian kings, except for brief periods of time when certain kings of Manipur conquered large parts of Burma. But it wasn't otherwise ruled by Indian kings. So culturally, civilizationally, Burma is, well, Indianized, right? It's part of the Indosphere. During the British occupation of India, Burma was part of, British India. In 1935, Burma was forcibly disconnected from British India, even though the people of Burma voted to stay part of India. But should India go and occupy Burma? Is that a nice thing to do? I don't think so. So, yeah, that's my view. Okay. View on Cockroach Party issue, FCRA linkage. I've spoken about this at some length today, so let's not repeat ourselves. But I did address what you asked here. Okay. Kubera Singh Pratihar says, views on China development of lith machine. You mean the photolithography machine? I think, what's my views? So they are trying their best to develop their own version of photolithography technology. What is photolithography technology? Look, India has the world's best chip designers. India designs the world's best chips. So why doesn't India have a chip industry? Because we design chips, we don't know how to build them. Why don't we know how to build them if we know how to design them? Because we don't have the machines. What machines? Photolithography machines. Who makes those? ASML, Dutch company. Who uses them? TSMC, Taiwanese company. Okay, that's the deal. So the Chinese are trying to develop their own photolithography machines. They had Chinese engineers working in ASML. And now they are back in China. They are trying to, from memory, recreate those machines. So China is making good progress in this. They have their own versions. They have their own photolithography machines, which probably are not as good as the ones the ASML has, but the Chinese are trying to develop them and improve them as quickly as they can. Okay, so that's the deal. Fantastic. I would say great job, China. China has ambition. China is serious as a nation, is serious in competing for the top position in the world. China means business, and I respect that. Chirag Avasti says, what does this protest of Soran Wangchuk mean for India, for our adversaries? What's the deeper agenda? Are we seeing Nepal 2.0 type of protest? What should be the right way for the government to sort things? Look, I spoke about this in detail. Sonam Wangchuk. I spoke about this. The deeper agenda. See, people like Mr. Wangchuk and others who have come before him, who will come after him, why do they get such a big following? First of all, because a certain type of image is crafted about them by the media, by the entertainment industry, and so on. They are positioned and portrayed as heroes, as servants of society, as geniuses, and so on. The man who created the ice stupa. Hey, the concept of the ice stupa came long before him. But he's the one who got money through FCRA from abroad, and who, using that foreign money, took this idea that was developed by somebody else and made lots of ice stupas. It wasn't his idea. But that's a different matter. The point is, why does he have a big following today? Because he is surfing a real cause, the wave of a real cause. The real cause is that the Indian education system is rotten to the core. Can you deny that? Of course you can't deny that. The Indian education system is genuinely rotten to the core. Today he is protesting about that. But I have been speaking about that since 21. Right? So what is the demand of this entire movement? They're demanding the resignation of some minister, right? But is one minister's resignation going to solve the problem? Is that going to reform the system? It's not going to do that. Right? So they're just making this a political fight or a political issue. That's what they're doing, these people. What does it mean for India? It exposes India's internal weaknesses. It exposes the fact that India's education system is rotten, and that the political system is not able to solve the problem, or maybe is unwilling to solve the problem. Right? It exposes India's vulnerabilities, India's internal problems, India's extremely dysfunctional, corrupt, outdated, antiquated systems. Right? It will give great pleasure to India's adversaries like China. The Chinese have totally reformed their education system, completely revamped it by pouring in trillions of dollars into it. China has probably the world's best education system today. In 1990, they had the same kind of education system India has. Not a colonial education system, but just as bad. Today, they have probably the world's best education system. So in what? 35 years, they completely transformed things, the Chinese. Has India even bothered to do anything to reform the system? Or we have a new education policy 2020, which will come into force by 2030 something. It is going to transform India and make India Vishwaguru. That's what you are told. BS. It solves nothing. It addresses none of the real issues. So, you see, what people like Sonam Wangchuk show to the world and to us is that we are a very vulnerable country. We have huge defects and deficiencies that are not being addressed by those who are supposed to address them. Okay? And that's why they get such following, because people are genuinely suffering. Every student suffers. I know students. They feel their soul is in pain. Yeah. Every student suffers. It's a genuine problem. So these people obviously will gain huge following if they go and protest somewhere. And they are protesting in front of the cameras in New Delhi. The deeper agenda is to pressurize the government of India, because the government of India is not able to solve its internal problems that it's supposed to solve. It's not willing to solve those problems, it looks like. So if you have internal weaknesses, your opponents will take advantage of that. You're not addressing those problems. So your enemies will take advantage. What do you expect? So what would be the right way for the government to sort out things? Reform the system, solve the problems. That's all. Nothing else. The problem is real. Dheeraj Kamath says, really disappointed to see widespread support from Gen Z youth for that CIA asset. Average IQ of Gen Z in India isn't 80 but 50. I'm Gen Z. You see, am I disappointed to see this person being supported and followed? Yeah, to some extent, sure. But you know what? To some extent, I understand why this is happening. I empathize with the pain that these students face, they feel. Their lives are at stake over here. The entire, if you want a job, you need these pieces of paper called degrees, right? These stupid, idiotic employers, they will not employ you until you can produce a degree. They don't care. They don't care what your skills are, how good you are at work. They only want to see your degree. So you need to have those pieces of paper, and for that you need to have the exam happening on time. Because once you get the result, you have to apply for IIT or this or that. So the result has to come in time. And if there's an exam paper that gets leaked, then the exam is delayed. Then your entire 1 year is wasted because you will no longer be able to apply to the IIT or wherever it is on time. So now you have to wait another year, because the IITs don't take applications every 3 months. Because no, that is not how we do things. No, no, no. This is India. Everything has to be done properly, bureaucratically. You have to fill the form triplicate, apply through proper channels. The kind of bureaucratic BS we have in India, that causes all the pain. And then you have this allegedly corrupt system, exam papers being leaked. So then people are desperate, they are frustrated, and then when people like Mr. Phungsuk Wangdu come across and protest in Delhi, people will get drawn to it. They will feel that yes, this is one person who gets me, who gets my pain. So they'll follow the person, right? So I understand why this happens. I understand. Disappointing that the government is not solving the problem. That's all I'll say. Mr. Wangdu, whoever it is, he's going to take advantage of it. His masters will ask him to go ahead with his protest. All right. Aryaman Kapoor says, these toolkits are not worried about constructive suggestions, but rather about the FCRA 2.0, which will dismantle their whole CIA, Chinese ISI ecosystem. Okay, so there's no question here. FCRA 2.0. Look, I am all in favor of tightening the FCRA Act. There are all these fake NGOs in India that receive tremendous amounts of foreign funding. The NGO industry in India is a scam. Okay, there are more NGOs in India than there are schools. There are more NGOs in India than there are hospitals and clinics. Okay, there are more NGOs in India per capita than anywhere in the rest of the world. And where does the money come from? It's just a scam. So NGOs, and many of these NGOs get money from abroad for God knows what activities through FCRA. So FCRA has to be tightened. I agree with that. Yes. Utkarsh Sinha says, good evening. Good evening. Your thoughts on RVS Money? Who is RVS Money? I don't know who RVS Money is. About 26-11, a fixed match between INC and no comments. No comments. I'm not getting into Indian political parties and ISI and all that. I don't get into these things. I will discuss geopolitics, history, and science. I don't know who RVS Money is, and if somebody has made some claim about some Indian political party doing something without any proof, I don't have any comments about that. Sorry. Arnab Banerjee says, since we don't know the absolute truth, perception becomes more powerful than the truth. We hold biases that don't align with absolute reality. Is there any framework or method by which we can spot biases? So since we don't know the absolute truth, we can't know the absolute truth. Yes. So we don't know it. So perception becomes more powerful than truth. Okay. Perception. Whatever we can see, whatever we have seen, perceived, whatever. So that becomes the basis of our understanding of the world. So perception becomes the basis, the foundation of our worldview. Correct. We hold biases that don't align with absolute reality. Potentially. We hold biases. No, we hold a snapshot of a subset of the world, and that snapshot is not necessarily completely accurate. It depends on our positional, where we are positioned. It depends on our vantage point, from where we perceive the external world. Yes, absolute reality. Is there any framework or method by which we can spot biases? It's called the scientific method. It's science. Science is all about eliminating biases. Okay. Which is very strange because lots of scientists have their own biases and their own pet projects and agendas and whatnot. So Scientists aren't immune to bias. There is so much bias, there is so much groupthink, there's so much all of that in science as well. The string theory mafia is one great example of that, who have ruined the progress of physics for the past 50, 60 years. So even in physics, the purest, not the purest, the second purest of sciences. The purest science is mathematics. After that, you have physics, and there are different kinds of physics, but theoretical physics is the purest among the physical pursuits. So even in mathematics, you will have all that. So, is there any framework by which we can spot biases? Well, yeah, if you follow the scientific method to its perfectly, you will spot biases. And I can't teach that here because that takes time. But yeah, the scientific method is the right way to spot biases in the physical world. And when it comes to other biases and stuff, there's critical thinking. If you develop the skills of critical thinking, of spotting logical inconsistencies and so on, then you can spot biases. So there's no one framework. It's a toolkit of different kinds of tools. Some are tools that come from the scientific method. Some are tools that come from logic and so on. Akshay Sharma says, being a viewer since Russia-Ukraine war 2022, love your work. Thank you so much, Akshay Sharma. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Teen Talks says, when we ask someone to act in a humane way, isn't this argument inherently faulty because we are the most violent species in the world? We are monsters. When we ask someone to behave in a humane way, behave humanely, isn't this inherently faulty as an argument? Because we are the most violent species in the world, we are monsters. No. It is, as an individual, it's your choice whether to act the way the average human being has historically acted. So as a species, yeah, we are the most violent species in the world. Sure, I agree. We look harmless, but we have caused the most destruction in the history of our planet as far as we know. Yes. All human historical change happens through violence, through warfare. Agreed. We have enslaved all the animals. We have pushed countless species into extinction. We have completely reshaped our planet. We dominate the planet. So we are the most violent species in the world. True. So it doesn't mean that we should just give up being humane. Just go all in on our animalistic nature. Is that what it means? No. Why is it so? It's your choice as a sovereign individual to decide how you're going to behave. You don't have to be a monster. And you can ask somebody to act in a humane way, to act in a civilized way. So if I say that, Pakistan should be civilized, should behave in a more civilized manner, should give up terrorism, is that argument inherently faulty because we are the most violent species in the whole world? No, it's not a faulty argument. It's a good argument. Maybe it will make us less violent. Yeah. So I would not say it's a faulty argument. Cavalier is a new member. Thank you very much, Cavalier, and welcome to the channel's membership. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Akshay Sharma says, how did Mongols and Arabs conquer Iran despite the terrain? Boots on the ground. See, they did not put boots on the ground. They put hooves on the ground. They did the invasion on horses. And at that time, Iran was not expecting a sudden eruption from Arabia. The Persians probably thought of the Arabs as these, reasonably quarrelsome, somewhat peaceful, polytheistic peoples. And okay, there are some far off neighbors of ours that we don't care about them, we don't bother about them. And suddenly this army comes out of there. The Persians never expected that. They were not prepared for it. They had not prepared for that. Today, the Iranians are prepared for anything. And that's why it's impossible to put boots on the ground because of the terrain. But if you are unprepared, then you can still be conquered, right? Despite the terrain. So at that time, Iran was completely unprepared. Raghveer Singh says, please explain the three body problem. Is there any possible solution for it? So the Netflix show how realistically is it connected to real science? It's absolutely connected to real science, not the aliens, but the three body problem. See, it's a very simple thing. It's not a quantum mechanical problem. It's a Newtonian problem. Newtonian physics. Gravity. What's gravity from a Newtonian perspective? F is equal to minus g m1 m2 upon r squared. That's gravity. That's the Newtonian picture of gravity. F is equal to minus capital G m1 m2 small m1 small m2 upon r squared small r squared. M1 and M2 are the two masses. Okay, two masses, two objects. Let's say it's the Earth and the Moon. M1 is Earth, M2 is Moon. Mass of Earth, mass of Moon. R is the radius. R is the distance between the centers of the two objects. And G is Newton's gravitational constant. So if you plug these in, you get F, the gravitational force between the Earth and the Moon. It's as simple as that. It's minus because it's an attractive force. That's the deal. Now, what I have described to you is a two-body problem. Okay, but what if there are three bodies? So, the Earth-Moon system is a bound state. It's a classical gravitational bound state. Now, let's say you introduce a third body. Let's say you have Earth, Moon, and one more. And then what happens? That's when things really don't work. It's very hard to find a stable bound state, right? If you try to solve the equations for the bound state, and you find that most equations don't, the equations are very hard to solve. It's almost impossible to find stable solutions. Okay, so that is the problem. It's extreme. So a three-body system is chaotic. Because see, the Earth-Moon system is the Earth at the center, and the Moon goes around the Earth. Stable configuration. Let's say you have two bodies that are of reasonably almost equal sizes, equal masses. Then they will orbit not each other, but they will orbit their common center of mass. Once again, a stable configuration. But instead of two, if you have three, that becomes highly chaotic, super unstable. In most cases, the bound state doesn't happen, and one of the objects at least flies off, is ejected from the system, and then the system descends into stability with only two objects left. So that is the three-body problem. It's a very difficult problem to solve. Is there any possible solution? There are whole classes of solutions. So what are the solutions? I can't derive it for you here, but let me show you the solutions. Okay. All right. So three-body gravitational problem solutions. What happened? Three-body gravitational problem solutions. Here we have it. So what do these solutions look like? Okay, this is these solutions. Once again, do we have a GIF of this? Give me a second. Let me try and see if there's a GIF. If I can find a GIF. Okay, so we have some stable configurations of orbits. These are some stable solutions, periodic solutions of the three-body problem. As you can see, this is a very, very complex solution, but this is stable. It's a stable configuration where three bodies orbit each other and remain in this stable configuration. This is another one. There are three bodies, a blue one, red one, a green one, right? And like you see here, there are pretty yeah, these are some of the solutions. Some are pretty, some are pretty strange, right? So yeah, so there are indeed some solutions, but most configurations end up being unstable and chaotic. So the Netflix show, how realistically is it connected to real science? The aliens and the sophons and all that stuff. It's a fantastic novel. I haven't seen. I think I've seen some of the show. The novel is very good. I read it like more than a decade ago. I haven't read part two and part three. I've read part one, the three body problem, and the first book is outstanding. So how realistically is it connected to real science? The three body problem at the core of the matter is real science. The aliens and the sophons and all, that's speculation. Piyush G says India is in a very critical solution. On the one hand, we don't want cockroaches to take over the government, while on the other hand, feeling sad for Sonam Wangchuk. We want fair exams, but not a puppet government of the West. Yeah, we don't want cockroaches. Feeling sad for Sonam Wangchuk is not a sentiment I share, but okay. We want fair exams, yes. We also don't want a puppet government of the West. That's I think you've expressed what a lot of people are feeling. A lot of people are feeling sorry for Mr. Wangchuk. They feel that he has taken the burden on himself by going on a 20-day fast or whatever the fast was. Yeah. Okay. We want. Listen, the problem is you think that the problem is confined to exams. You think that if you have fair exams, everything will be fine. No. The whole system is rotten. The whole education system is rotten. Simply having fair exams is not going to solve the problem, but you think it's only a problem of fair exams. That's the issue. That is the issue. The real problem is that the whole system is rotten. The entire system is rotten, the education system, and much more. And the government is supposed to solve this. And sacking one minister will not solve it. I'm not saying don't sack the minister or whatever. Well, see, that's the problem. India needs reforms. India needed reforms a decade ago. Those reforms have never happened. That's the problem. Saurabh Mahajan says, how do some people have naturally colorful eyes? Everybody has a certain eye color. The most common eye color in the world is this, brown. I have the most common eye color in the world. But yeah, some people have other colors. You will find people in India with different eyes of different colors, green, blue, yellowish. What else? Yeah, gray. I've seen people with gray eyes. You have all this diversity. Why is it? Because of genetic diversity, because of genetic mutations. As simple as that. Just like you have different shades of skin color. That's also because of environmental factors and conditions, and also because of genetics. Okay, VS says, why has every honest and genuine movement always been hijacked by the left historically? I mean, seriously, students need justice. System needs a radical change. What happened today was anarchy. I don't know what happened today, but okay, so let's say something horrible, anarchic happened today. What happened? What exactly has happened? Let me see. What happened in Delhi Jantar Mantar today? What happened? Cockroach party cleared. CJP protest live. Thousands of cockroaches. Cockroach protesters. Okay, Jantar Mantar was cleared after lathi charge, tear gas firing on Mandai. Thousands of students and young activists. Jantar Mantar protests end. Jantar Mantar cleared after lathi charge. Delhi police used sticks and batons to disperse hundreds of students and youth activists 1 hour ago. Okay. So it looks like the Delhi police had to resort to baton charge or whatever to clear the place. Okay. So why has every honest and genuine movement been hijacked by the left historically? Yeah, it's always tempting to hijack movements. It's fun, isn't it? You have a genuine, real problem that everybody faces. Everybody is facing this problem. The education system is rotten to the core. Exam papers are being leaked, which is one small part of the problem. But that is one problem everybody sees. So students are protesting against that, or they want to protest, but they don't know how to protest. So then somebody creates this fake party, Cockroach Party, and aligns with somebody from other part of India. They all descend in Delhi. Somebody coordinates everything. Somebody arranges everything. All the posters, all the lunches, all the transportation of people from various parts of the country to one location, their stays in various parts of Delhi. Everything is arranged by somebody. Okay, and then suddenly the focal point becomes Delhi. And then all the angry, frustrated, helpless students that they try to join because they feel maybe this will solve our problem. And that's how you hijack a movement. You see that what are the problems people are facing, and let's create something out of it. That's how you do it. So why has it been hijacked by the left historically? Because we have always given the left that much kind of that kind of space. What is the left? The left is typically the communists, the so-called liberals, and so on. In every part of the world, communists have been communists, but they've been patriots. The Chinese communists were patriots. The Soviet communists were patriots. They were Russian patriots. The Chinese communists were Chinese patriots, and so on. The Vietnamese communists were Vietnamese patriots. The Cambodian communists, they were horrible genocidal monsters, but they were Cambodian patriots, I suppose, to some extent. But Indian communists, allegedly, they will work for whoever gives them the biggest paycheck. They don't want to. They want their minions to go and toil in the heat and the dust of India, while they travel in limousines and fly business class and drink champagne. Right? So understand that the left is all about. It's all about communism, Marxism, and its various manifestations, liberalism, wokeism, etc. It's all about capturing and retaining political power for a small number of people. The rest will simply be cannon fodder. So if you know how power works, how politics works, you will know how to hijack movements. The left is good at this. And the left has all the various institutions at their disposal, whether it is the education system, which has been infiltrated for a long time. The left has a stranglehold, a chokehold in the Indian education system, whether it's the media, whether it is other things I shall not name. They have all those allies everywhere, and they all work together. That's how it goes. The system needs a radical change. How long have I been saying that? I've been saying that since 2021, when before that I was not out here in public, right? I've been saying that the system is rotten to the core. It's not simply about fixing the exams. It's about really reforming the system inside out. That's what is needed. Yeah. Empty Box says, your thoughts, Wangchuk and Indian cricket's bad run. Yeah, already discussed that, sir. Already discussed. Thank you. Piyush G says, given the high screen time of Indian youth, how much role do social media algorithms play in amplifying certain narratives during protests? Tremendous. Tremendous. Indian youth, screen, scroll. Oh, like. Oh, yeah, dopamine hit dopamine. All day they'll scroll something. All day they'll scroll. And they watch the most asinine content. You know, the kind of stuff they watch. Brain rot, it's called, right? Yeah, it really is brain rot. So these social media algorithms, they play a massive role in amplifying narratives. It's once you have people hooked on these dopamine hits, then they need it every 3 4 to 5 minutes. You can really play them like a fiddle. So social media algorithms are very big. They play a massive role in amplifying narratives, very much so. Arkesh Vikumar says, do you think this World Cup has made casual fans realize how big football is? The Cricket World Cup is such a scam. Football is the biggest sport in the world, right? The biggest, most popular sport in the world. Cricket is a niche sport. It's played by a handful of nations, right? So Yeah. And you have tiny, tiny little countries like Curacao, like Cabo Verde, that go and qualify for the World Cup. Curacao, what's the population of Curacao? Like less than 2 lakhs. Let's see, okay. What is the population of Cabo Verde and Curacao? Let's see. Cabo Verde is less than 6 lakhs. Curacao is less than 2 lakhs. These two countries, one with 6 lakhs and one with 2 lakhs, they both qualified for the World Cup, Football World Cup. India with 1.4 billion people, no, we do not qualify. We play cricket. Crickets are. We worship. We worship two cricketers. One of two cricketers, and we will fight the others, the followers of the others, day and night. That's what Indians do on social media. Abuse the followers of the other guy. That's all they do. The cricket, it's a niche sport. It's not a global sport by any means. How many test playing teams do you have? 10, 12? I don't know how many. Out of these, how many are serious? Only 4, right? The big 4. The big 4 or 5. There's India, Australia, England, South Africa. Sri Lanka is no longer what it used to be. Pakistan is no longer what it used to be. India, Australia, South Africa, England, and that's about it. New Zealand, perhaps. So it's like 4 or 5 serious teams. And I'm sure there are lots of angry Bangladeshis right now who are abusing me, but okay. So yeah, cricket is niche. World football is global. Do I think this World Cup has made casual fans realize how big football is? I don't know. In India, it's a seasonal thing. Every 4 years, people suddenly become football fans. Then it goes back to cricket. I've seen that so many times. I don't know if people realize it, but it is what it is. Lippy the Lion says, are the astronomical distances of stars fixed or averaged or based on specific positions in a galaxy as the galaxy itself rotates and moves away from us? The astronomical distances of stars are, obviously nothing is fixed. That's a good question, actually, because galaxies rotate and galaxies also move away from us. So the stars, when we talk about stars, most of the stars we talk about are the stars in our own neighborhood and in our own galaxy. We can, of course, discern individual stars in neighboring galaxies, like the satellite galaxies, the large and small Magellanic Clouds, which are satellite galaxies of the Milky Way. The small dwarfish galaxies, 2 of them that orbit the Milky Way. So we can certainly discern stars in those. We can also discern individual stars in Andromeda with powerful enough telescopes. But the actual stars that we name and see as parts of various constellations and so on, these are stars that are in our own neighborhood vicinity and are part of our own galaxy. And those are obviously positions that change over time. For example, there was a time recorded by our ancestors when the star Vega was the pole star, the North Star. Okay? Was the star Vega ever the North Star? Let's see. Was Vega ever the North Star? Yes, about 12,000 BC. So, yes, our ancestors have recorded a time when Vega was the North Star. It's not called Vega in Sanskrit, but yeah, it was the North Star. And today it's Polaris, the star we call Polaris. That is the North Star today. So everything changes, but it doesn't change much over a couple of 100 years. So the measurements that were taken, like say 50 years ago, they are still more or less valid. So when we say that so and so star, if you read a textbook, for example, or whatever book, or if you see NASA or any online publication, it says that so and so star is these many light years away. For example, Proxima Centauri is 4 point whatever light years away from us. Well, that still holds today. It's going to hold for the next 50 years, perhaps, maybe 100 years. 100 years, maybe the position may change somewhat, maybe 1 or 2%. So It's based on the most recent observations, most recent measurements. But like you point out, these distances are not going to remain the same forever. They will change. Sachdev Satyajit says Starlink loses 1 to 2 satellites per day and they perform collision avoidance once per minute. More satellites being launched. Is Kessler syndrome likely? I hope not. I hope, look, I'm pretty sure they know exactly what they're doing. I know that Starlink doesn't want to cause a disaster. And more importantly, they don't want to lose all the money that they're investing into this whole thing. See, for Starlink, this is a gigantic global commercial opportunity, right? What they want is to have a globally viable internet service that they can charge for. And if they end up destroying everything and have everything collide, they're not only going to lose the money they've invested in building and launching the satellites, they will lose all that future revenue that is theirs for the taking. So they will do their best to never let this happen. Yeah. Some satellites will be lost to attrition. Some will fall out of orbit. Some may even collide or whatever, but they're in low Earth orbit, so it's fine. Right? The orbits of the debris generally decay fast. So I hope that the Kessler syndrome, which is the disastrous scenario that could happen, I hope it never happens. Ashutosh Patil says, how are you? I'm good, so thank you. Why there need to study economic to understand war? Why do you need to study economics to understand war? Because wars run on economies, right? On money. You need money to fund wars. If you are a poor nation, can you afford to go to war? You can't, right? Because to fund a war, see what goes into war. You have, let's say, an army of 100,000 people you are sending to war. You're going to feed them every day, first of all. You're going to clothe them. They need high quality boots to wear. Each of them needs a rifle. Each of them needs, let's say, 100 rounds of bullets a day. How much does a bullet cost? How much does a rifle cost? What if you're losing out of all these people, let's say 200 rifles a day? Because it happens. You're going to replace those rifles. Are they going to travel on foot? No, they need transportation. They will need air support. How much does an aircraft cost? How much does the payload of the aircraft cost? How much does it cost to train a pilot? How much does it cost to train a soldier? Do you see how much money is needed to have a standing army and to prosecute a war? You have to study economics to understand war. Abhijit Kumar says, did you check the PDF I made last time? I kind of did see it. I'll see. All right. Marshall says CJP protesters are foreign funded for regime change. All right, sir. All right. Look, most of the protesters most likely may be innocent students who are genuinely frustrated. You cannot deny the fact that the cause is real. You cannot deny the fact that the problem is a real problem. You can't deny the fact that the education system of India is rotten to the core and nothing is being done to reform it. Nothing. This new education policy 2020 is a joke. It's like saying that, you have been shot, let me put a band-aid on it. That's what the new education policy 2020 is like. It's a joke. And some people claim it will make India a Vishwaguru. So the problem is real. The cause is real. The frustration is real. It's lakhs of students who are frustrated, who are suffering. And it's some people who are hijacking that cause. And those are foreign funded, possibly. Not the innocent students who are suffering. Those aren't foreign funded. They are our own people. They are people we know. Everybody knows. All of us know students, don't we? Yeah, so the problem is real. But yes, there are some cockroaches who are most likely foreign funded. No question about that. No question about that. Jayesh Singh says, to what extent might Advaita Vedanta's non-dual doctrine asserting the identity of Atman and Brahman offer a rigorous and practical alternative to the materialism and individualism shaping modern global civilization. Okay, Advaita Vedanta, non-dualism. Dvaita Advaita, non-dualism, right? Non-dual doctrine. Asserting the identity of Atman and Brahman. So Atman is nothing but a subset of Brahman, right? We are not distinct from Brahman. We are part of Brahman. We are nothing but a local, regional manifestation of the global, universal Brahman. Just like a proton is nothing but a local excitation of the universal proton field. Similarly, this here consciousness is nothing but a local, regional manifestation of the universal consciousness. That is essentially what we are discussing here, right? So, okay, that's a philosophical school of thought. That's a certain a position to take philosophically. Is this a rigorous and practical alternative to the materialism and individualism shaping modern global civilization? I don't know. See, if you live in the material world, you need to be to some extent materialistic, right? You need things to sustain you. You need food, you need money, you need a job, you need an income, you need friends, family, you need a place to live in, and so on. So, to some extent, you have to be materialistic. And the West is way more materialistic than the East. We have always seen that. Individualism, it's a very Anglo-Saxon thing, and the Anglo-Saxon culture is the predominant one today. And that's what's shaping modern global civilization. So, what is this? So, is Advaita Vedanta's non-dual doctrine a rigorous and practical alternative to materialism? I'm not sure if it's a very tempting alternative, right? If you are used to living a life of luxury, pursuing living a hedonistic life, soaking in the material pleasures of the world, does Advaita, for the ordinary hedonistic pursuer of pleasures, does Advaita Vedanta, non-dualism, offer a tempting alternative? I'm not sure it does. Am I saying that I disagree with Advaita Vedanta? I'm not saying that. I'm trying to put myself into the shoes of one of those people. Yeah. Every night, party, drink, party. Daytime, make money. Weekends, jet set, fly somewhere, be on a yacht somewhere. Will that person who's pursuing that be tempted to give everything up for Advaita Vedanta and non-dualism? I'm not sure about that. You see, that's the problem. Materialism and individualism is way more attractive to a lot of people, to most people, unfortunately. Right? I'm not saying it's the right thing, wrong thing, whatever. Right? So, does it offer a practical alternative? Philosophy is never practical, right? Philosophy is philosophy. Philosophy isn't a practical thing. Stoicism has practical applications. Yeah, there is a stoicist movement, right, in the West, etc. these days. Yeah, Stoicism kind of it's kind of wokish. That's a different story. So so I don't know if it's a practical and rigorous alternative. I'm not sure about that. Beyond that, I'm not sure if it's a very attractive alternative to someone who's pursuing a materialistic life. Sujal Rajput says, can our partnership with Afghanistan backfire like what happened with US? Afghanistan is doing India's dirty work by sheltering Baloch separatists. No proof India link yet. India's dirty work. What? What India's dirty work? How do you know Afghanistan is doing some dirty work for India? And if hypothetically Afghanistan is sheltering Baloch separatists, how is it dirty work? How is it dirty work? If Afghanistan is helping Baloch freedom fighters, how is it dirty work? All right. Okay. Aditya says, did Alexander kill his father? He was the only beneficiary, and his friends killed the murderer. Or is his mother Olympia behind it? Listen, this question is an open mystery. It's been it's been a mystery for 2,300 years. So, who was the beneficiary of his father's murder? Clearly, Alexander. So, how does this murder happen? So, Alexander's father was Philip of Macedon, great warrior, who himself had made plans to invade Persia. And Alexander was 16 or so. Alexander's mother, Olympia, she did not get along well with Philip. Okay, those two were always in conflict, and she once went back to her maternal home and told her brother, who was the king there now, that I'm very upset. My husband doesn't treat me well. So her brother was very angry. I'm gonna teach your husband a lesson. How dare he mistreat my sister? So he goes to Philip, and Philip says, "Oh yeah, welcome, brother-in-law. Would you like to marry my sister?" So Olympia's brother is all happy now. He gets a new wife, goes back. So Olympia and Philip were never in good terms. Probably Philip's fault, whatever. And Philip had a daughter as well, I believe, with Olympia. That's Alexander's sister. And it was during Philip's daughter's marriage celebrations that the assassination happened. So he was assassinated by somebody, and the assassin tried to run, and he should have been caught, but he was slain. And who slayed it was Alexander's friends. Not quite his friends, but yeah, he was slain when he should have been captured. So the one person who could have thrown light on the mystery and answered the question of who was behind the murder, obviously the assassin isn't the person who's behind the murder. The person who hired the assassin is the actual person who benefits, right? It's not enough to know who the assassin was. You actually want to know who was the master of the assassin. And that you will know only if the assassin is captured alive. But he was killed on the spot. Right? So, yeah. But who benefited from this? Obviously, Alexander and Olympia benefited from this. So, who benefits? That's one question you have to ask. And probably Alexander was too young at the time. He was just 16. And it took him a couple of years to establish his authority over Greece. It took him a while. He had to destroy the city of Thebes for that. Massacre the inhabitants and enslave the rest of them. That's when people took him seriously. So perhaps it was his mommy, Olympia, perhaps. Who was it? Colin Farrell and Angelina Jolie. Okay. Slow Cheetah says, are you or have you been a viewer of Formula One? The last time I watched Formula One was probably in the 1980s when I was a little kid. Probably the Monaco Grand Prix in the afternoon. Yeah, you had people like Alain Prost and Ayrton Senna. They were the two rivals at the time. So it was kind of interesting to watch all these cars going around with the rocket noises and rocket sounds, bzz, bzz, squealing, shrieking, gigantic tires, cigarette brand advertisements, Marlboro and God knows what. You won't see that now, but that was the 1980s. So yeah, I've kind of watched a couple of live Formula One races a long time ago when I was a kid. Okay. All right. Dheeraj Kamath says, sorry to say you are just biased. Messi has proven objectively his leagues ahead of Ronaldo. All right, sir. All right. Okay. Aditya Baheti says, book recommendation for Russian history in Japan. Japan, Russian history. I'm looking at my books right now. Which ones do I have? Do I have anything relevant here? I can see Arnold Schwarzenegger. I can see US history. I can see science fiction. I can see music. I can see the First World War, Second World War. I can see the Guns of August. I can see Alexander Svechin. Alexander Svechin is Russian, but he wrote a book on strategy. Henry Kissinger is not relevant to this. Collapse, the fall of the Soviet Union. That may be relevant to Soviet history. Okay, so Russian history in Japan. I won't be able to give you a recommendation on the spot, but yeah, maybe I'll do another book recommendation video in which I could cover this. Right now, I can't remember. Fast Snail says, I feel the other reason why people hate Argentina is because of their pro-Israel stance. Okay, I that's not a factor for me at all. Okay, but I feel the other reason why people hate Argentina is due to their pro-Israel stance. Their leadership openly supports them. Do you agree with this assessment? Perhaps that could be a factor for other people. For me, I don't hate Argentina. I'm just sick and tired of their cheating, their open, blatant cheating. Okay? There is no point of holding a tournament if rules are going to be bent for one team repeatedly. Then what's the point of playing a sport, of holding a tournament, organizing a tournament, and watching it, if you're going to blatantly cheat and favor one team? So the reason why I eventually got disenchanted and sick and tired of Argentina, after being an Argentina supporter for decades, is because I finally realized, because of modern technology and slow motions and all, that they have been cheating all this time. And FIFA is now putting everything, all their weight behind Argentina to make money off the elevation of Messi to semi divine status. So for me, it's that. But for some people, it could be their pro-Israel stance. I think Messi also supports Israel. For me, that's not a factor. I don't care. I don't care about that. I am no big fan of Palestine, by the way. Okay. When it comes to Hamas and all, I totally am on the side of Israel. I cannot support terrorism. Israel has been a victim of terrorism. That October attack in 23 was terrorism. I do not ever condone terrorism. So for me, Israel and all that is not a factor. Israel, Palestine, who takes what side? For me, that's not a factor. I'm just sick of the cheating. I'm sick of the favoritism. That's the only factor for me. But yeah, it's very likely that for other people, this Israel angle also was a big factor. Jayesh Singh says Netanyahu recently called India one of Israel's greatest friends. Is this lip service, or does Israel truly see India as a long-term strategic ally and perhaps 20-30 years a partner comparable to the US? Okay, I'll tell you what happened. Okay, there's all these Indian YouTubers who covered this, and Indian media also, TV channels who covered this. Yes, Netanyahu has praised India. Netanyahu has said good things about India. Yes, let's cover it. Great victory for India. Great victory, great success. Okay, so what happened is that J.D. Vance criticized Israel and the Israeli government. J.D. Vance is the US vice president. He criticized Israel. He criticized the government's stance in the ongoing war, that sort of thing. He said that Israel should be kind of grateful to the US or something like that, he said. And probably he said that apart from the US, Israel doesn't have any friends or that sort of thing. So in response to that, Netanyahu pulled India out of the bag. He said, you know what, we have a small nation of 1.4 billion people who are our greatest fans and all. Have you seen the kind of support we have for Israel in that country? Ha ha ha, that sort of thing he said. Yeah. So he was simply countering J.D. Vance. For me, it's lip service. India and Israel have some shared interests, right? And we should pursue those. We should pursue those wholeheartedly. We have shared strategic interests as well in some areas. We should pursue those. Good. They could even be medium to even long term strategic partners in certain areas. Possible, yes. Is India going to be in 20, 30 years possibly a partner comparable to the US? I hope not, given the kind of relationship that exists between Israel and the US. I hope not. Not that kind of partner. Strategic partners, sure. Why not? Why not? Ally, I'm not sure. Ally against whom? Do we have common enemies? Do India and Israel have common enemies? Ask yourselves this question, Indians. Do India and Israel have a common enemy or common enemies? If you don't have any, you're allying yourselves together against whom? I'm not sure. Who are Israel's enemies? Iran is their number one enemy, sure. Is Iran India's enemy? No. Is Iran India's friend? No. But Iran isn't India's enemy either, by the way, okay? Iran isn't India's friend today. Our 2,500-year-old blood relationship is a different story. That doesn't matter. DNA doesn't matter. Culture matters. So, Iran isn't India's friend, but Iran isn't India's enemy either. Iran is Israel's enemy. Israel is Iran's enemy. Which are the other enemies Israel has? The Arab nations, mostly. Most of them. Right now, the enmities are not out there in the open, but the Arab nations historically have attacked Israel at various points in time. Turkey, you could say, Turkey and Israel have a strange relationship, whatever. Not exactly enemies, but yeah. Israel doesn't trust Turkey. Turkey doesn't trust Israel, that sort of thing. And Turkey is no friend of India, but it's too far away from us to be an actual adversary that matters. So India and Israel have no actual enemies, common enemies. We don't. So if we are allies, in what sense are we allies? Alliances typically are defensive or offensive against somebody, against some other alliance or against some other enemy. We don't have any such enemies, you see. And do we have some shared values and culture? Indian civilization is dharmic and Aryan. Israeli civilization or culture is Semitic, Abrahamic. Right? Totally different. Culturally, we are completely different. So mostly it's lip service. Okay. I'm not saying we should not be friends with Israel. We should be, right? We have many shared interests with Israel, and we should absolutely pursue them wholeheartedly. But we aren't allies. Yeah. Sergeant Skylan says, why are we not able to close a trade deal with the US? Because the US is making maximalist demands. That's why. So in February, the US gave everybody a 10% tariff. India was one of those nations. And with India, they signed some kind they didn't sign anything. They reached some kind of framework of understanding that should lead to some kind of trade deal in 6 months or something. And the 6 months is in the 6-month deadline is in like 3-4 days. So if the deadline is right now, like 3-4 days, then why aren't last minute intensive negotiations happening right now between India and the US? Why isn't Mr. Piyush Goyal? Where is Mr. Piyush Goyal right now? Let's find out. Our Commerce Minister. Where is Mr. Piyush Goyal right this moment? In which country or which city? Yes, Google, Gemini, tell us. This is in New Delhi. He was in Europe, Spain, Belgium, Finland, Tallinn, Estonia, and then back in Delhi. What about Washington, D.C.? Nothing happening. There's no trade deal happening. Why? The US is saying that if you Indians export goods to the US, we will put 10, 18, whatever percent tariffs we like as per our wishes. But you must import American goods and put no tariffs. And more than that, beyond that, you must open up your agriculture sector to us, to our agriculture experts, to our dairy exports. We will export dairy materials to dairy products to India. You must import them. We will export agricultural products to India. You must import them. We will export GMOs to India. You must import them, and you must apply no tariffs. So this will destroy India's agriculture sector, dairy sector. It will contaminate our the lineages and the DNA of our plants and grains and cereals and all that. Do we need this? No, we don't want this. This is core, vital national interest for India, and we can't compromise on those. So we are not compromising on those. The Americans are saying it's all or nothing, my way or the highway. We are saying it's the highway, it's not going to be your way. So India is showing a spine against the US. I appreciate that. Well done, government of India. Good. So that's the reason. Cavalier says, US nukes or Manchuria, what made Japan surrender 1945? It was US nukes. Yeah, it was US nukes. They took out Hiroshima. The Japanese didn't surrender. They took out Nagasaki. And then you had the situation where the Kuril Islands were gone. The Soviets took them. The Soviets did not fight Japan the whole war. And when the Americans nuked Japan, the Soviets grabbed the Kuril Islands. Let's look at the chronology, shall we? Did the USSR invade the Kuril Islands before or after Hiroshima was bombed? After the bomb. You see this? The Soviet Union invaded the Kuril Islands after the Americans tested a nuclear weapon on the people of Hiroshima. So first, the Americans test a nuclear weapon on the citizens of Hiroshima. It's a disaster, devastating bomb. Never seen a weapon like this. Horrific. But Japan still fights. And after this bombing, when people are shocked by the inhumanity of what's been done, the USSR invades the Kuril Islands. We haven't seen the Kuril Islands. We haven't seen the map today. What am I doing? Come on, let's see the map. Where are the Kuril Islands? So, here is the map of the world. Here we have Nihon, Japan, one of my favorite countries. Yes. So we have Kunamoto. Then we have this is the main island of Japan, and you have Hiroshima over here, right? Kagoshima, Fukuoka, they have Nagoya, and so on. Fukushima is also here, and then we have the island of Hokkaido, the northern island of Japan, and beyond Hokkaido we have this is Russian territory, Sakhalin. Here you have the Kamchatka Peninsula. People didn't know it was a peninsula. They thought it was an island. And between Kamchatka and Japan and Hokkaido, we have these islands. You see these islands? These are the Kuril Islands. See, it's a chain of islands, island chain between Kamchatka and Hokkaido. So if you go to Hokkaido, and if you see this, it says Kunashir. It's Russian territory, just a few kilometers off the coast of Hokkaido. If you see this, Tanfiliev, that's again Russian territory. What's this little island? That's Japanese. Okay. So you see all these islands, which historically were Japanese, were grabbed by the USSR after the Americans tested a nuclear weapon on the people of Hiroshima. So the USSR waited for the worst possible thing that could be done to Japan before doing this. So now Japan was faced with the prospect of two horrible things happening. The Americans bombing, testing nuclear weapons on one Japanese city after the other, and at the same time the Soviets invading Japan from the north. So the Japanese had to decide one thing: which is which of these two horrible fates do we want to meet? An American occupation of Japan or a Soviet occupation of Japan? The American occupation will happen after America tests multiple nuclear weapons on us, and they will not stop until they vaporize half of our population. So that's why the Japanese decided to surrender to the Americans. Okay, Dr. Atul says, getting serious in Delhi CJP. I discussed this at length, right? Multiple times. So Mbappe record, how you see? I think Mbappe is one of the all-time greats now. Obviously, he's not as mesmerizing as Ronaldo, as Messi, as Maradona, as Pele, and so on. But in terms of his goal-scoring prowess, in terms of the impact he has on games, he already has the most goals in World Cups among all players who have played the World Cup. Right? Who are the top? Let's find out who are the top scorers, top goal scorers in World Cups. Let's find out. Okay. Who are the top 5 all-time goal scorers in the Football World Cup? Mbappe, 22 goals. Messi, 21. Messi is done. Miroslav Klose, 16 goals. Okay. Ronaldo, Brazil, 15 goals. Gerd Müller, Harry Kane, with 14, right? Top 5. So Miroslav Klose in 2014 reached that record in 2014 in the match against Brazil, which Germany won 7-1. They scored 5 goals in 6 minutes or something. 5 goals in 7 minutes. Ridiculous. So Miroslav Klose scored the first of those goals. That was a 16th goal in 2014. And now you have Messi with 21 and Mbappe with 22. Mbappe is in his 20s, right? 27 years old or something. Messi is done. So I think Mbappe is going to be the all-time greatest goal scorer for a while at least. Yeah, fantastic. Kakashi says, did you see US agent caught near the Nepal border? Yes, I saw the guy. Yes. Second, so yes, it's interesting you have these US former military personnel, former Marines, former CIA agents who are getting caught in border regions in India. What are they doing? What are they up to? Yeah, very interesting to see this. They're clearly up to no good. Okay, second, what's better, hardliners or moderates, or does it depend on time or circumstances? It depends on times and circumstances. Okay, when your nation is doing well, when everything is fine, when there is no need for strife or whatever, you don't need hardliners. Everyone can be a moderate. Everyone should try and seek to get along with everybody and that sort of thing. But when times are tough or whatever, you need people who have a hard stance on certain things. So it all depends on the time and circumstances. Third, would Yogi be hardline? I can't say. Can't say. I don't know what's the future for Yogi politically. It would be great to see him perhaps at the helm of the country someday. Yeah, but who knows? I mean, politics is a complicated thing. I would love to see that happen. And I would love to see a hardline Yogi. I would love to see that. But I don't know if that will happen. I'll be happy if it does. It's just a heart says, what's with the disappearance of American scientists? From where? From where? Has this been a normal trend since the USA did same she's to us in many other countries? Disappearance of American scientists from where? I am not aware of this phenomenon. Are American scientists disappearing? Are American scientists disappearing? And yes, a conspiracy theory is emerged alleging that the deaths or disappearances of roughly 10 to 25 elite researchers and scientists are connected to a sensitive or classified research. However, statisticians and scientists attribute these clusters to tragic coincidences and normal demographic attrition in the field. Which field, by the way? Science is a massively wide field. At least 10 people tied to sensitive US research have died or disappeared in recent years. Recent years means what? What do you mean by recent years? Is it 3 years? Is it 25 years? What do you mean? 10 who have died. Recent years is such a vague term. What is recent years? 10 people dying in 10 years is not a big deal, right? That's, I don't know. It began in 2023. Okay, so it's like, and when was this article published? 26. So over 3 or 4 years, 10 people died. Died or disappeared? Died or disappeared. Look, you have thousands of scientists in the United States. Not thousands, hundreds of thousands of scientists in the United States in all kinds of different fields. You have hundreds of thousands of scientists in India as well. So if 10 people die or disappear in, let's say, 3-4 years, is that a big deal? People sadly die, right? I don't know. So it looks like it's a little bit overblown, perhaps. Okay, Kakashi says, is ISKCON Indic or a CIA creation? Your views on ISKCON veg school means soy chunks replacing eggs. Deep state wants a weak, passive, low testosterone India. Is it the case? About ISKCON, whether it is an Indic creation or a CIA creation, I will say no comments. My views on veg school meals, soy chunks replacing eggs. So listen, this is something that is irrespective of whether it is ISKCON or this or that or whoever, whichever organization. I think if some kids are okay with eating eggs, then they should be allowed to eat eggs. If some kids do not eat eggs, then eggs should not be brought near them. We have two kinds of population in India. People who are okay with eating meat and animal products, and people who are not okay with that. And in any school, in any classroom, there's going to be some kids who will be okay with eating meat and some kids who will hate meat. And eggs should be considered to be meat, right? So we should be able to cater to both sensitivities. So I'm not saying feed them chicken or whatever. Eggs are fine. But don't, because some kids don't eat eggs, it doesn't mean that other kids should not be served eggs. I know it's a religiously sensitive, polarizing issue, high emotion issue, and so on. I would say be sensitive to the needs and requirements of both population categories. So soy chunks, yeah, probably stay away from soy chunks. Yeah. So if I was in charge of a school, I would say, okay, mealtime, all the vegetarian kids, you be here. All the non-veg kids, you be here. Sit separately. After eating, you all go and be friends together again. But eat separately. Okay, you guys eat eggs. You guys eat whatever else you eat. That's how we do it. Peacefully, harmoniously, without any problems. I don't know why we need a one-size-fits-all solution. That's what we do in India, right? So I would say that's the right solution and approach to these school meals. I'm not gonna make any comments about ISRO. ISRO. What am I saying? What ISKCON? ISKCON. Does the deep state want a weak, passive, low testosterone in India? I am sure they would love to have that. Yes. Shashwat Ames says, future of Indian space sector skyroot. I am hoping that the future of the Indian private space sector is bright. I'm hoping so. Yeah. Recently, we had the very recent success of a Skyroot, right? The first ever orbital launch by an Indian private company. Successful orbital launch. They were able to put a couple of nano satellites into orbit along with 4 other payloads. So that's fantastic. Yeah. They reached orbit on their first ever attempt. SpaceX reached orbit on their fourth attempt. Of course, Skyroot had a solid fueled rocket. SpaceX had a liquid fueled rocket, which is a totally different category, but still overall, great job. Rahul Khanvilkar says, please explain the dominant status of India briefly. It's very simple. On the 14th of August 1947, Pakistan became a separate nation from India, and it became a dominion of England. A dominion, no longer a colony of England, a dominion of England, a dominion of the British Empire. And on the 15th of August 1947, India became a dominion of the British Empire, no longer a colony of the British Empire. So 15th of August 1947 is Dominion Status Day. It's not Independence Day. India did not become independent that day. If you see Mr. Nehru's letters to the King of England, you can see how he's addressing the King of England, not as one world leader to another, but as a subordinate to a master. India was a dominion of the Empire of Britain from the 15th of August 1947 onwards, until India became, we are told that it's until India became a republic on the 26th of January 1950. Or 50, right? Yeah. Okay, Kiran More says, Skyroot successful launch Vikram 1 rocket. What else can we expect from them in the future? I hope they develop rockets that are more powerful. I would like to see them build develop rockets that are powered with liquid fuels, right? Rockets that can take larger payloads into orbit. Right now, the rocket can take a payload of about 350 kilograms into orbit, which is not bad. For the first ever rocket they've developed. But I would like to see them develop more powerful rockets. So that's the next thing I would like to see from them. But obviously, it's going to be gradual, iterative improvement and development. Kakashi says, views on hunger strike. Second, you say she is a pragmatic hardliner, but did he antagonize the US too early? Wolf warrior diplomacy. Third, did Putin kill Lindsey Graham? Okay. Views on hunger strike. You mean the thing that's going on in Delhi? That's obviously all. It's all. The guy who's on a hunger strike, he is riding the wave of anger and frustration that Indian students, Indian parents, Indian people have over a genuine issue that needs to be addressed. So this guy is simply riding the wave. Yeah, he's trying to capitalize on this frustration, on this anger, and this real problem that India is facing. That guy is no Mahatma. That guy is no solution to your problems. He's not the solution to your problems. He's no leader of yours. Second, you say she is a pragmatic hardliner, but did he antagonize the US too early? See, everyone makes mistakes. Wolf warrior diplomacy, it was too early. Yeah, of course it was. Now they don't do this wolf warrior nonsense, right? Now they are a little more subdued. Now they're a little more, they realize that was not the right thing to do. So 2012 onwards, wolf warrior diplomacy started. That was too early. They shouldn't have shown their fangs that early, right? So that was a mistake by Xi Jinping. Every leader makes mistakes, of course. There's no leader who is a perfect leader who never made mistakes. Show me one leader in the history of humanity who's never made a mistake. Xi Jinping made a mistake, of course. Did Putin kill Lindsey Graham? Most likely. Yeah, missile strike. Precise missile strike. Kiev or somewhere in Ukraine. Drone factory? Drone factory. Most likely that's what happened. Was it an open casket funeral or a closed casket funeral? Has his funeral happened? Has Lindsey Graham's funeral happened? Oh, it hasn't happened thus far. It's scheduled to begin next week. Will it be an open casket funeral? Let's see. No official announcement. Most likely, nothing is left of him. Yeah. Okay, Kakashi says, does the US want all countries as vassals or just ones with potential to be a threat? Secondly, how government schemes, hospitals can improve. Third, did CIA infiltrate Nehru's inner circle? Does the US want all countries as countries as vassals, just ones with potential to be a threat? It would like all countries to be vassals, of course, but especially those who could potentially turn out to be threats. So you first defang the threat. Okay, you neutralize the threat, and then you turn it into a client state or a colony. So the ones that are potentially threats or that have the potential to be a threat in the next 10, 20, 30 years, those have to be specially dealt with. And the way to deal with each of these is going to be different because of the specificities of each country. But overall, the US wants every country to be its vassal. So when the US ambassador goes somewhere, he has to be treated like a viceroy, that sort of thing. Yes. Secondly, how government schemes and hospitals can improve. Well, professionalize everything. Cut out all the alleged corruption. Everything improves that way. Everything improves. Right? Make everything performance-based, outcome-based. Make everything happen on a deadline. If deadlines are missed, fire those responsible for that. Everything will become ship-shape rapidly if the whole system is professionalized. In simple. Third, did the CIA infiltrate Nehru's inner circle? Well, it's possible. It is possible. It's possible. Banh mi curry, right? Will the US accept Iran toll system as they are unable to win? No, they won't. They'll make it impossible to operate, right? So, see, for the longest time, forever essentially, the Strait of Hormuz was an open passage. If you look at the Strait of Hormuz, okay, let's go to the map. You will see, if you go to Strait of Hormuz, where is Strait of Hormuz? Yes, it's here. So it's in our neighborhood, of course. So this is the Strait of Hormuz. So if you see this passage, the northern half of the strait is Iranian territorial waters, sovereign territorial waters, and the southern half is Omani sovereign territorial waters. Okay, if we click here, it is Oman, Mosandam Governorate, Oman, and here it is UAE. Yeah, Fujairah. So Oman is this strange nation that has a chunk sitting over here. So half of the strait is Omani territorial waters and half is Iranian territorial waters. This is not international waters. So Iran now says that we are the most powerful nation here. We will control the strait. And we will charge a toll for anybody who passes through. Let's say $1 million per ship. You pay, you pass through. You don't pay, you don't pass through. And if you try to pass through, we're gonna make you sink to the bottom. As simple as that. So will the US accept this Iranian toll? The US will never accept it, because it means that they accept defeat. So what the US will do, okay, we'll go to back to the map. So what the US will do, is this. They won't allow the passage of ships through Hormuz. So let's say you are passing, you are collecting crude oil from, let's say, Kuwait City or wherever, okay? Kuwait, from Iraq, from Basra, near Basra, or from Kashmir or wherever, from Bahrain, from the UAE perhaps, and you want to pass through Hormuz. So Iran says pay $1 million. Okay, I'll say, okay, I'll pay $1 million. Then I pass through. Then the US will blockade me somewhere here. They can't come too close to Iran's coast because Iran is very powerful. It's got very good drones and missiles. So the US will blockade somewhere further away. And then they will say that, you know what, we did not give you a license to pass, and you have paid money to Iran, so you can't pass now. So they will try and sabotage the Iranian toll system the best they can. That's the game that is being played right now. Iran says, now we will not allow passage through Hormuz. We always allowed it out of goodwill, but you launched a war on us unilaterally without provocation. Now we won't allow this to happen. Can you blame Iran for that? No. So now the US says, no, 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 no. We will not accept defeat. So we will blockade Hormuz now from afar. That is the issue. That is the issue. Yeah. Ritik Tyagi says, I'm trying to access your history course platform. It shows user limit reached. Please check and resolve this issue so I can enroll. Thank you. That platform, I am moving for that platform. You know what, Ritik? Watch out for an announcement tomorrow. You will get access to the course tomorrow. Okay? Visit this channel tomorrow. You will get access to it tomorrow. All right? Problem will be solved tomorrow. All right? Okay. Kakashi says, our food quality regulation 2 lakhs. We need EU levels. I agree. Our food quality, our regulation in India is very lax. There's no regulation. It's like do whatever you want. Chalta hai attitude. We need I'm not sure if we need the level of regulation you have in the EU, but we need proper rules and regulations of our own. You can't just get away with anything. So I agree with you that we need proper regulation in India. The EU does it, perhaps they take it too far, but okay, I agree with you. Yeah. Fast Snail says, do you see any conspiracy in Senator Lindsey Graham's death? I was surprised to see many people saying good riddance. Maybe US people are fed up of leaders who favor wars. It's possible. Americans are fed up of their leaders who favor wars, warmongers. Do I see any conspiracy in his death? I think it's likely that he met his demise in Ukraine, because the day before he suddenly passed away, he was photographed in a drone factory in Kiev or in Ukraine somewhere, holding drones that would be used to target Russian forces. So and later that day, or maybe a day later, news emerged that particular drone factory was taken out by Russian ballistic missiles. So it's possible that he may have perhaps been there. Yes, possible. Kakashi says, who has real power in a nation if you rank? Government, military, corporates, billionaires, intelligence, bureaucracy, civil service, Supreme Court, media, police. Politicians and bureaucrats. Billionaires? Nah. It's politicians and bureaucrats. Civil services bureaucrats, right? Supreme Court, yeah. Media, nah. Military, not really. They are the sharp end of the nation, the military, but they don't really have power to the kind of power politicians and bureaucrats have. Government is made of politicians. Okay, so that's included. Intelligence are just tools. Police are tools. Army, military, tools. Media, tools. Bureaucracy, there is some power there, significant power there. Politics, the most power is there. That's how it goes. Gustave Bonaparte says, Mon Général, we both needed a day to recover from our 4-6 defeats at the hands of Wellington. How have you been? Are you ready to Miga? Yes, we are ready to Miga. That was a terrible defeat to les roast beef. Yes, les pommes. That was quite a match. 4-6, 6-4. Well. Yeah, it was quite a thing, quite a match to watch. And the next day, 0-0 and then 0-1. And I was so glad it was the Spanish who finally put the thing to rest. Yeah. Varinder Marwa says, historically, is Marwa Valley Kashmir or Kishtwar? I do not know, sir. I have no clue at all. I don't know. I could do a Google search, but then it would be just generic AI information. I don't know, sir. Marwa Valley, Kashmir or Kishtwar? I don't even know the difference between Kashmir and Kishtwar. So yeah, I am no specialist in the history of this particular region. Sorry, very sorry. Bonaparte says, Ghost of Bonaparte says, Mon General, have you activated direct links in Super Chat? I was not able to find the option. I was not able to find the option of direct links in Super Chats. So I'm not sure how to activate it. I tried. Ashutosh Malgaonkar says, is there a way to do high energy physics in high energy particle physics in like CERN without building a huge accelerator? Can a military hide their footprint in high energy physics? You cannot do, see, look, high energy particle physics is all about experiments, right? You can do it without building a huge accelerator. You can build a mediocre little accelerator. You can build a synchrotron. A synchrotron, you can build it in a single building. You don't need a whole, a land, a region that's half in Switzerland, half in France. You don't need that. So in CERN, in Geneva, under Geneva, you have this gigantic particle accelerator called the Large Hadron Collider. It is half of it is in Switzerland and half of it is in France, north of Switzerland, right? The Merin region of Geneva and so on. So no, that's the most powerful particle accelerator in the world. The US had Fermilab, the Trivatron, and so on. In India, you have, what do you have? You have Pelletron and TIFR. What does this Pelletron? I don't even want to look at that. It's been there forever. There's a Pelletron. You can build a synchrotron or something. You can do some 1960s or 50s level particle physics. But if you want to do cutting edge particle physics today, you're going to need a huge accelerator. But you will only be able to replicate what others have done unless you build a bigger one, something that's bigger than the LHC. And if you build a particle accelerator that's bigger than the LHC, it's going to cost you billions of dollars per year to operate. So do you want to do that? Yeah, that's the question. And it's going to cost you billions of dollars to build. Can a military hide their footprint in high energy physics? Nah. Nope. Sujal Rajput says, some are talking about AI and governance. If AI solves mainly information problems, weak oversight, AI, can it tackle corruption rooted in incentives? Nah. No. You can't tackle corruption with AI. Corruption is caused by people, not by AI. By just having AI in the system, will you be able to tackle corruption? People will find a way. People will find a way to reroute their corruption, to rework it. AI won't solve corruption. And as long as corruption exists in a system, AI won't be allowed to penetrate that deep into the system, or to be integrated that deep into the system, right? So no, yeah. Bhaskar Gupta says, search about Kalpa Vigraha. Your thoughts? No thoughts about Kalpa Vigraha. You can't carbon date a metallic object. You can't. Okay? You cannot carbon date a metallic object. Carbon dating happens only can be done only with organic material that contains carbon. This Kalpa Vigraha thing, this idol, it's made of metal. How on earth do you propose to carbon date something that has no carbon? So my thoughts are that I have no thoughts about this. Kakashi says, did the US deliberately kill Indian sailors to teach India a lesson? You said you have no issue with Pakistani people, just state, but people are radicalized, hate the US and support terror. Hate us and support terror. So here's the deal. Nobody in the US, nobody in Iran wakes up in the morning and says, today we're going to kill some Indians. It's not like that. India is the most exposed nation in Hormuz. Okay. India, after the Philippines, sends the most people, the largest number of sailors into the civilian shipping industry worldwide. So 1 out of 10 sailors anywhere in the world is going to be Indian, civilian sailors. And in Hormuz is going to be higher, the number of Indians, because Hormuz is in India's backyard. So when somebody fires at a ship in Hormuz, it's just a mathematical problem, almost a certainty. You're going to have Indians on board. And in some ships, you've got lots of Indians. So the US fired on ships and Indians were killed. I don't think it was deliberate. But you will notice that the US has never fired at ships that are Chinese flagged ships or the ships that carry Chinese sailors. It's not happened. Even Iran hasn't done that, right? Somehow it's ships that carry Indian sailors only. So Indian lives are expendable. India is a nation that you can hit at, you can punch that nation repeatedly, and India is going to do nothing. They know that India is not in a position to do anything because India cannot make them pay the way China can. India doesn't have the leverage that China has, right? So yes, to some extent they're putting India in its place, not Iran but the US. The US is showing India its place. Dekho beta, tum idhar ho. Don't think you are here with us at our level. You are down there. They're doing that to India. It's a wake up call for India. India says we have strategic autonomy. We are a nation with strategic autonomy. What strategic autonomy? To have strategic autonomy, you need to have the means to defend that strategic autonomy. If you have such vital interests in West Asia and in the Gulf region, you need to have the instruments to defend those vital interests and pursue those vital interests. India has never invested in the instruments. India has built friendships. We have built friendships with everybody. India should have built a fleet of ships, warships, and submarines armed to the teeth. That is what protects vital interests. Friendships? What friendships? So India's foreign policy has been, to put it mildly delusional. Friendships will solve everything. Yes, we have friendships. You need ships, not friendships. Submarines, missiles. A few thousand missiles solves everything. If India had 300 warships and submarines, you think somebody would be firing at Indian sailors? Nobody would dare to fire at Indian sailors. India invests in soft power. India is obsessed with soft power. India is a delusional nation. Even today. Okay, now about Pakistani people. Look, I know the Pakistani people are radicalized. Most of them, not all, but most of them would probably wish us dead and all that. It's true. But they are also victims. Okay, let's be kind in saying this. I know if you unleash them on the streets of India, they'll behave like zombies. Most of them, not all of them. Some of them are civilized. I'm sure. I'm an optimistic person. Look, some of the viewers of this channel are also Pakistanis. Okay, so I'm not saying all of them are like that, but the average Pakistani wants us dead. There's no question about that. So my view is that Pakistan is an artificial, illegitimate, temporary terrorist nation. The sooner it is dismantled, the better it will be for its own people and for us. I wish no harm to the people, but the nation has to go. The army, the terrorist army, and the terrorists, the generals, they have to go. That's my view on Pakistan. Krishanta Bordolo says, well, at least the African team of France didn't win. Oh, you should not say such things, sir. So it's very French. The team is very French. It was coached by Monsieur Didier Deschamps, right? The legendary player who is now coach of France. He won the first World Cup for France as captain. Yeah, I know. It's a tragedy for Africa, isn't it? Yes. Salman Abdullah says, Hindu bankers who aided East India Company Bengal takeover opinions. Well, collaborators and traitors. Hindu, whoever worked with the East India Company, whoever worked with the Turks, whoever worked with every foreign invader and occupier of India, they're all traitors and collaborators. Whoever it was. Whether it is East India Company, whether it is the Turks who came before, the Ghoris, the Ghaznavis, the Mamluks, whoever it was. Whether it is people who collaborated with the Portuguese or the Dutch or the French or the English, all traitors and collaborators. That's how I see it. Cole the Cucumber says, global political opinion engineering campaigns on social media targeting Israel, India, Taiwan, etc. But will they actually ever affect foreign policy? They're not designed to affect foreign policy. They're designed to shape public opinion. See, what's the objective when you're trying to shape public opinion? You want to shape the minds of youngsters. You want to affect the nation's morale. Okay, so if you use social media to create an air of negativity about what the country's future, about the performance of the government, then it dampens the nation's morale. It creates this air of pessimism. It creates this sense of impending doom and overall gloom, and that affects a nation's performance. If people start losing faith in the future of the country, then they give up, right? They'll say, let's go abroad and let's collaborate with the outsiders and so on. Let's no longer work for the country. And it also makes people, if you influence people's minds and you make them feel negatively about their country and their culture and all, and some of them eventually become come to be in positions of where they can influence the future of the country, then it's going to take the country in the wrong direction. So these are all long term campaigns to shape the future of a country in a variety of ways, right? So if they do affect foreign policy, they'll do it 20, 30 years in the future, but not right now. Varinder Marwa says, why in India skilled Tarkhans were backward but farmers ups? Yeah, I don't know. What is skilled Tarkhans were backward but farmers up? Okay, I don't know what a Tarkhan is, so let me try and Google that. What's a Tarkhan? Tarkhan. Tarkhan. It's a caste. It's a jati. It's not a caste. Tarkhan primarily refers to an artisan and agricultural community native to the Punjab region of India and Pakistan, traditionally known as carpenters. Okay. Historically, the term was also an ancient Central Asian aristocratic and military title signifying a privileged tax-exempt craftsman. Tarkhan. Okay. Sounds like it's a Mongol title or something. So maybe Indians absorbed some Mongol title, whatever. Carpenters and blacksmiths, many now engage in farming, masonry, and other skilled trades. Community is highly diverse. Population split across Hinduism, Sikhism, and Islam. The Sikh community, they are closely associated with Ram Gharia, Tarkhan dynasty, which ruled Pakistan, Sindh, India, from 1554 to 1593, before being annexed by the Mughal Empire. Okay, so that's the deal. I was not aware of this. Why Indian skilled Tarkhans were backward but farmers? Yeah, I don't know about that. Sorry. But interesting. Tarkhan. Okay, Darshan Singh says, how to deal with nihilism, absurdism, procrastination. How to deal with nihilism, absurdism, procrastination. See, how to deal with procrastination. If something can be done in 2 minutes, do it now. Just get it done now. If you're delaying something but it's important, say 1, 2, 3, get up and go. That's it. What destroys inertia? Action. Action destroys inertia. Action destroys lethargy. Action destroys procrastination. Let's say you want to build a habit, but it's very challenging to do. Say that, let's say you want to develop a habit of running, of walking 10,000 steps a day. So tell yourself, you know what, I know 10,000 sounds very challenging. Let's say I just go and walk 100 steps and come back. I'll do it today morning. 100 steps, only 100 and come back. Okay, so build a habit of 100 steps. So now that you're used to, after a week, you're used to walking 100 steps, say, okay, now I'll do 200. So just gradually build on it. So that's how you can destroy procrastination and so on. You can build habits and so on and so forth. Absurdism, I have no idea what that is. So nihilism means nothing matters, nothing. Tell yourself everything matters. Things matter. I matter. My family matters. My country matters. Good things matter. Things matter. It's entirely up to you how you see the world. If you change the lenses via which you see the world looks different. And if you are surrounded by people who have a certain point of view, which is, let's say, nihilistic, maybe you need new friends. So change your circle. Change the people you surround yourself with. That's how we do things. Akshay Kulkarni says, why can't India have state-owned social media like China? It's so easy to spread narratives online nowadays. Okay. India, let's say, develops its own state-owned social media. then can you imagine the kind of censorship you will have in India's state-owned social media? I think Indian state-owned social media, if you allow the Minister of Information and Broadcasting to run it, can you imagine how many OTPs you'll have to fill, how many captchas you'll have to do, the kind of bureaucratic stuff you'll have on it. Sometimes if you're in India, if you try to dial a phone number, you put it, you get some recorded message that plays for like 60 seconds before you can actually have the phone call go through. You will have that sort of stuff on the social media also. It's gonna be like the Doordarshan days of India, initially at least. You don't want the government to run these things. You want private companies to run it. The problem is that even if private companies in India run it, the government is going to oversee it and regulate it. That's going to be the problem in India, unfortunately. Past Snail says, how do we ensure temples are free of corruption? I believe if trust members have true devotion, they won't steal a rupee. We need proper vetting process. Temple trusts. In India, everything is made corrupt, isn't it? Everything is corrupted. Everything is corrupted. And who corrupts things? Who corrupts everything? It's people. Who gets to be the members of a temple trust? It's typically, I'm not naming any specific temple or any specific person. It's typically politically connected, politically active people. Yeah. Typically people who have access to tremendous quantities of wealth. They typically sit on the trusts of temples. Are they very dharmic people? Perhaps not all of them are very dharmic. I'm not once again naming any temple or any person. I'm just saying in general, often this is the case. Often. If they have true devotion, do you think they'll steal the money, a single rupee? Of course they will not. Yeah, sure, we need a proper vetting process. Who will vet them? Who will vet them? Who? That's a question. What if the vetters themselves are perhaps questionable, potentially, hypothetically? What do you do? So how do you ensure temples are free of corruption? You have to re-civilize India. India isn't civilized today. India isn't a dharmic nation today. India is run by adharma today. The system that runs India, is it a dharmic system? It's not. It's not a dharmic system. It's an adharmic system. That's why you have all this in India. That's the issue. It's a very deep change that will need to happen in India if you want these problems to be solved. Right. Arakan says, Belgium's Lukaku, Portugal's Ronaldo, Mbappe, France, Argentina's Messi. How was no superstar able to stop this Spanish team? Because football is a team sport. You see? Football is a team sport. It's not an individual sport. Ronaldo is an incredibly individualistic player. And the problem with Ronaldo is that he has a very abrasive personality, a very egoistic personality. And that's why people don't like him. Many people don't like him. When he plays in a professional club team, the manager and everybody ensures that every player cooperates with Ronaldo because we want this guy to score as many goals as possible so that the club succeeds. And the players are paid handsomely to do whatever the club requires. So they will put their egos aside and their personality clashes aside, and they will cooperate on the field with Ronaldo. And that's why Ronaldo is given all the service he needs and he scores the goals. But in the national team, you are playing for the nation. You're not playing for money. You're not paid for it. Not much, at least. Right? So these personality clashes will not be manageable. So you had the situation where Ronaldo did not get too much service when he was playing for Portugal. They would not pass to him. Even Haaland faced this problem against England. That guy, I forget his name, he didn't pass to Haaland. It was not that difficult. It was not an easy pass, right, against England. But it could have been done by a skilled striker. So Haaland, that guy, So that's the thing. Mbappe. Well, how did France lose to Spain? Spain totally, you know, befuddled France. I watched the match. Good God, the tiki taka was out in full display. Tiki taka, the Spanish tiki taka. One tap passing, right? Incredible. Wow. So yeah, they totally solved the France problem. France is full of these. France is a bunch of incredibly talented individual players, but Spain showed that you could defeat that combination by playing cohesively as a team and with a tiki-taka technology, you could say, or operating system. Of Argentina, it's they only they totally remodeled the team to support the inclusion of Messi, right? And for some reason, Argentina was incredibly defensive. So they simply did not take a single shot at goal. So how do you win, right? So overall, Spain is not a team this time with any real superstars. They're all low-key people, low-profile guys. None of them tries to be, this flashy superstar. They all play for each other. They all support each other. And that's why Spain came out on top, I'd say. Okay. Danny says, as I want to go abroad for higher education, which is better, Germany or Australia in terms of geopolitical aspect? Germany or Australia? Look, don't look at geopolitics when you're looking to go abroad. Look at which country offers you what you need. So I don't know what field you are in. If you are going for higher education, what is the field that you are in? Which subject do you want to get your higher education in? Whether it is a technological field, whether it's a scientific field, whether it's medical, whether it's something else, business, whatever it is. So some countries will offer you better opportunities for some domains or disciplines or fields. Look at that. So let's say you hypothetically are in biotechnology, let's say. Does Australia give you better opportunities for biotechnology, or does Germany give you better opportunities? Right? Do they treat Indians well in Germany or in Australia? Which one is better for Indians? And these are the questions you do consider. Geopolitically, both are American vassals. Germany is physically under US occupation. Australia, not that much, less. Australia overall, you may find it easier to navigate because everyone speaks English. Germany, people speak German, Turkish, Arabic, that sort of thing. Okay, so yeah, you should look at those questions instead of worrying about geopolitics. That's what I would say. Geopolitically, both are different, but it's not relevant when it comes to studies. Don't worry about that. Okay. The trader says, I'm getting frustrated with paid PR from a few days by the Cockroach Party. Even people I follow like 95 people on Instagram, and a bunch of them are putting out cockroach propaganda. Right? So every influencer I follow on Insta till now who didn't have any opinion about politics are suddenly raising their voices, who don't have any idea what's going on in the back end. So, see, that's the point. These cockroach people have so much money, they can pay off so many influencers. It's not cheap to get somebody to post on Instagram. Costs thousands of rupees, tens of thousands of rupees, lakhs of rupees, tens of lakhs of rupees, crores of rupees, depending on who is posting. Okay? I would know about it. I don't do that. I have never, not never. I may have done a couple of campaigns here and there, but not for political things. I may have done some in the past, some collaborations with some educational, providers like an academy or whatever, etc. A few times. So I know how the finances and all that work. Never done it for politicians. Never ever will. Okay, nothing paid ever. So my point is, this is not cheap. This is expensive. And they have so many people posting for them. Where's all the money coming from? Yeah. They just grassroots students who are protesting. Yeah, then where's the money coming from? Where are the crores of rupees coming from? And that also tells you a lot about these people who are amplifying an artificial movement for a few rupees. Yeah. Krishant Bordoloi says, whatever Delhi police is doing is very entertaining. Really? Is it so? Why am I here? I should go and watch. Where's my TV? Okay, I'll check out what happened. All right. The trader says already a clear blunder, big blunder. Already also clearly a big blunder by BJP for not solving the real issues till now. Can I disagree with you? I wish I could disagree with you. Kirma Dahir says, why you don't support resignation of education minister? No, what I see, please learn to pay attention. When somebody speaks, pay attention to what they are saying and what it means. My dear sir, my dear friend, when somebody says something, pay attention. Don't respond emotionally to every word. One word, your emotion goes there. Another word, your emotion goes. Indians are so emotional. They are ruled by emotions. They don't think. They don't pay attention. What did I say? I said that the resignation of one minister is going to solve no problem. I didn't say that I don't support the resignation. I said the resignation, if you make a minister resign, it is not going to solve the problem of the rotten system. That's what I said. Did you pay attention? You were not paying attention. Please learn to pay attention. That's my point. All right? I'm not trying to shout at you or scold you. I'm saying, please, this frustrates me about Indians. And this is not your fault. It is the fault of the education system that has made you like this, that you can't pay attention to simple things. You have been victimized and ruined by the education system. You can't pay attention to simple things. You can't comprehend simple things. It's not your fault. This is the education system at work here, that you can't understand simple things. Dakshit. Thank you, Dakshit. Thank you very much. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, how to explain quantum mechanics to a layman in a few statements? Yeah, well, that's a question. That's a great question. How do you explain quantum mechanics to a layperson in a few statements? ये सब माया है. Everything is maya. What you see is not reality. At the ultra microscopic level of the world, everything is empty space. Everything is empty space. Everything is made of anus and parmanus, atoms. And the atom itself is mostly empty space, with a small region at the center which is massive but small, tiny. And you have electrons spinning around. And the electrons can't just be anywhere in the atom. They have different energy levels. And only integer values of energy levels. N equal to 1 through 3, 4, 5. K, L, M, N, O, P, Q. Those orbitals. But I'm not sure if it's intelligible to a common person, to a lay person. If I explain like this, if I say orbitals, if I say energy levels, if I say principal quantum number N equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, if I say orbitals K, 11, etc., they'll say you're speaking Greek or gibberish. How do I explain to a lay person? I'll have to think about it. Yeah. I think I'm still not skilled enough to explain in a few sentences, in a few statements, quantum physics, quantum mechanics, not just physics, quantum mechanics to a lay person. Yeah. I should do that. It'll take me some thinking to do that, but I'm sure I can do it. But I can't do it right here on the spot extempore. But if I think about it, I'm sure I can create a 10-minute video in which I can give a proper full explanation of basic quantum mechanics. Because you know what? A few years ago, I actually explained nuclear physics live on this show. Which episode was that? Give me a second. Let me try and find it, okay? I actually did this in about 10 minutes. I explained nuclear physics live. Let me just check out my channel. I think that short clip was called Nuclear Physics Crash Course. So this is my channel here. Nuclear Physics. Let's see. Nuclear Physics. So it's an 13-minute video. I did it live on Ask Abhijit. Then I made a clip of it and I put it over here. So it's nuclear physics, nuclear weapons crash course. Ask Abhijit, episode 34, 4 years ago. Everything is made up of. And here I am. Right? How many views? 12,000 views. Obviously, nobody cares about physics and all that, but whatever. So I actually did the whole thing. I explained this, and I think it's pretty intelligible to a common person. And obviously, to do that, I had to do a little bit of preparation, get all those images and all. But it's certainly feasible. So I'm sure I can do it. But if you ask me to do it on the spot, I probably won't be able to. I'll have to do a little bit of preparation. Okay. Deepan Wadwa says, I called Ronaldo caught paying media to discredit Messi Adarmeg. Not you. Okay, how would I know that? You didn't mention Ronaldo there, did you? 1 second. Let me bring this out once again. Because I don't think you mentioned Ronaldo. 1 second. Okay, Deepan. I hope the Messi cheater propaganda has been debunked, jealousy, etc. See, you're not mentioning Ronaldo there. So how would I know? Don't fall for adharmic propaganda, you wrote. No, I know that you didn't call me adharmic. You said don't fall for adharmic propaganda. That's fine. Okay. Anyway, the point is, okay, you're saying I called Ronaldo, who was caught paying media to discredit Messi, adharmic, not you, obviously. I've seen full matches of Messi since 10-11. He's a complete player. Even I know that. I know he's a complete player. He's a fantastic player. I fully supported him until 2022 World Cup final. I was very happy he won. I know he's 39. I know he supports, he assists. I know he takes corners. He's happy to see other people score goals. I know that. But I'm sick and tired of him. Like I explained in the beginning. So I don't think I need to explain that all over again. But I understand. I know you're not calling me a dharmic. You're saying that I am falling for a dharmic propaganda. That's what you said, right? So and this Ronaldo thing, paying media to discredit Messi, I wasn't aware of that. If Ronaldo did that, I would not be surprised. Ronaldo is a very self-centered, egotistical person. No question about that. Overall, I would say Messi is a nicer person than Ronaldo. Yeah. But from a pure football talent perspective, if you ignore the personalities and all the nastiness, perhaps Ronaldo at some point in time was better than Messi. Perhaps. But as a person, Messi is overall probably better as a nicer person than Ronaldo. But if you see yesterday's match, the kind of shenanigans Messi was doing, was trying to get somebody red carded, the guy with the big hair, because the guy put his fingers here, said somebody was injured, and Messi is saying, look at this guy, he's trying to cover his mouth while talking, red card him. What sort of dharmic behavior is that? Then Messi ran into some guy who was just standing and he fell down and he was given a free kick. What sort of dharmic behavior is that? So I would not say Messi is a very dharmic person either. But anyway, I appreciate the clarification, and I know that you were not calling me dharmic, so it's fine. All right. Okay. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, why does time only travel forward? Probably because of, well, you see, if you look at the four-dimensional picture of space-time, then you will see that a picture called the block universe emerges, where there is no forward or backward in time. It's all just one block, and you can actually see the past and the future of any person's light cone, essentially world line, and so on. But for us, it seems to only travel forward, probably because of quantum entanglement and entropy, perhaps. Yeah, probably because of that. Okay, Rohan Desai says, views American Council of Young Political Leaders. American Council of Young Political, ACYPL. Sounds kind of familiar and kind of deep state-ish. I think I kind of vaguely remember that. Sounds very deep state-ish, right? State-ish, the more I think of it. Yeah, so I could do a Google search and then things will come up. But I think it's, if I recall correctly, it is kind of a deep state-ish kind of institution, is it? Or is it a project? I think it is kind of a deep state-ish project. Yeah, I think. Ajit Kolu. Thank you very much, Ajit Koluji. Thank you so much. Danny. Thank you very much, Danny. Appreciate it very much. Srishti Siliguri says, foreign funded groups are influencing and manipulating young minds. Why doesn't the government stop this early? Can India ever change from a democracy to a monarchy or a system like China? If yes, how? So, yes, foreign funded groups are influencing and manipulating young minds. Why doesn't the government stop this early? See, how do these foreign funded groups influence young minds, manipulate young minds? They do it through online platforms, channels, media, all that, right? They you can Foreign funded groups can, let's say, fund hypothetically various Indian media channels. They can hypothetically fund various Indian OTT platforms quietly. So you will find these narratives being propagated very subtly in various, social media platforms, OTT platforms, entertainment programs, web series, news channels. It's very subtle, very subtly. It's done from so many different directions. How do you stop that? I'm sure you can stop that. The government can look into the funding of various. But where all will you look? How many things will you see where the funding is coming from? What you can do is you can identify certain organizations that seem to be funding various things, and perhaps you can stop that. But can you really stop that? And then there is social media. Social media, you can't ban social media. You can ban certain social media accounts, but these people can create millions of fake accounts. Today with AI, you can do that. You actually can do that with AI. On X, you can sign up for the X API. Okay, you can set up an AI bot on a VPS server, and you can have and then you can buy API services from, let's say, Chat GPT, OpenAI, or whoever, and you can tell the AI bot exactly what you want it to do, at how many times per day, with whom to interact, what to post out, what to say. So you are paying, let's say, OpenAI, you're paying X X X yeah, X API. You may be spending $100 a day, but you can create a account with a big following. And if you are an entity with millions of dollars at your disposal, you can have hundreds of accounts like this, posting 20 times a day and influencing young minds. And if some get banned, you create a new one. As simple as that. How does the government stop that? There are so many insidious ways of doing it. You can have these campaigns and projects run from any country in the world, impersonating Indians. You will think it's an Indian person who's tweeting this. It'll have some the display picture will be that of some freedom fighter or some politician of some decades ago, 20th century politician or something. The name will be some random Indian name, and they'll tweet as if they have knowledge of the future or the past or whatever. It's very easy to do this. You can set this up with AI. Now, how do you stop that? How do you stop? And the propaganda will be very subtle. 9 times out of 10 or 15, no, 19 times out of 20, they will tweet very nice, positive things about India. And one will just raise a little bit of doubt somewhere here or there. And how do you deal with that? So the thing is, we need to have our own social media platforms that are just as open and transparent or better than the Western ones, and better to use, give you better, a better user experience and all that, and also have the critical mass of people that you need for the adoption of the platform, and without all the restrictions that the Indian government loves to put on things. So that these are the things you need, you see. And yeah, but the government of India, it's got a duty and responsibility to stop foreign efforts and campaigns and projects that seek to influence and manipulate especially young minds. The government of India has to find ways to do it. I'm sure you can find a variety of ways to fight fire with fire and fight this in real time. I'm sure you can do that, but looks like the government of India doesn't want to do that. Yeah. Okay, can India ever change from a democracy to a monarchy or a system like China? Yes, of course it can. If yes, how? If yes, how? How does a country change its system? Just look at historical examples of how it has happened. So historically, how does a significant change happen? It happens through a bit of strife. Right? So, for example, India, it typically happens through war. It typically is a pretty painful change from one system to another. Also, India can transition. Let's say, I'm painting a completely hypothetical future picture. Completely hypothetical. One hopes it never happens. But let's say there's a big war. Let's say India and China go to war. Both nations are devastated. Okay, completely hypothetical. I'm not saying it should happen. But let's say India and China go to war. And both nations are devastated. And, it's a complete mess. And there's no government left in both countries. Then you could have emergence of a monarchy in both countries. You won't have democracy emerging from the grassroots. You won't have that. There will be some time of complete chaos, some period of chaos. And then some leader will emerge from somewhere, some strong man. That's how monarchy emerges typically. So it can only emerge when the original system crashes. And the system will not allow itself to crash. Something from outside, or maybe even from within, will make it crash. So it will only happen through a painful process. It won't ever transition smoothly from one day democracy to tomorrow monarchy. No political, democratically elected politician will allow a transition to monarchy or a system like China. It will never happen willingly. It will happen one of these days, maybe in a few decades or whatever. Who knows? I can't say when. It will happen. It will not be a pleasant transition, but it is going to happen. And eventually, when monarchy returns, if you will have another monarchy that is adharmic, then it's going to be just like the Mughal days or the East India Company days. But if a dharmic monarchy eventually happens, then finally India will be free. Yeah. A developer Kapai says, is having a common enemy a necessary prerequisite for alliance? Or is it just one of the ways groups of humans form alliances? What are some ways? So you see, alliances are, what is an alliance, first of all? It's a group of nations that sign a treaty that outlines the shape and the form and the rules of the alliance. Okay? Now, why do 3 nations or 5 nations need to come together? Typically, you do bilateral diplomacy and things, right? You sign free trade agreements between 2 nations. India, Australia have signed a free trade agreement. India and the UK have signed a free trade agreement, right? We have all these things. India and the EU have also signed a free trade agreement. The EU is one block. So this is not an alliance. It's just that we are deciding the rules by which we will trade. So that's when you have common interests, share interests, and you want to maximize the benefits for both nations. That's why you sign free trade agreements. So for that, you don't need a third nation. You can do bilateral free trade FTAs with 50 countries. India can go around doing that. Mr. Piyush Goyal does that, right? He wants to have as many FTAs as possible because that will be great for the Indian economy. And so that's how it goes. So when it comes to these things where there is no common enemy, there's no need for having 2-3 countries come together. It's always bilateral. So generally, you need to have a common enemy for an alliance. Otherwise, you have blocks of nations. Like, what is ASEAN? It's a block of nations. It's not an alliance. It's a coalition. It's an organization like the EU or whatever. You have ASEAN. You have, what else do you have? You have BRICS. What is BRICS? Is it an alliance? No, it's a coalition, right? I mean, India, Russia, China, Brazil, South Africa, and some more guys, more countries now. It's just everyone's looking for, is there something in this for me? Will my economy benefit from it? That sort of thing. Right? It's mostly economic. And then China wants to show I am the biggest guy here and that sort of thing. And you have countries in the top three who don't get along. India, China don't get along because of Chinese behavior. And Russia wants them to get along so that Russia. That's the thing. So this is not an alliance. It's just a block of nations or coalition of nations. It's not an alliance. An alliance is a sharp thing. Alliance is a clear, often a leader, typically a leader. So yes, typically you will need an alliance. You will need a leader to form an actual alliance. So I think I've shown some ways in which people form groups of nations, which are not alliances. But alliances are typically, caused by having a common enemy. Deepan Wadwa says, please look at overall stats, goals, assists, chances created, dribbles, passes, and his primes, highlights, matches too. He deserved those best player awards. Portugal and four semis teams were favored this World Cup. Portugal and four semis teams were favored this World Cup. All right, sir, we can have a difference of opinions. I'm sure he's a fantastic player, but I just got sick and tired of his team, Argentina, and him. And I've outlined in detail why and how this happened. I used to be an Argentina supporter until 2022, and then my eyes got opened. Messi is a fantastic player, etc. No, I'm not denying that. I just can't stand him anymore. I'm done with him. Right? I'm done with him. I think he's anyway done. I guess he's 39. He lost the final. I don't see him playing international football after this. Maybe he will still play for some US MLS team or whatever, but okay. Right. Pratik Kumar Roy says, what's Fermi's paradox? The Fermi paradox is a simple question. Where is everybody? Sab kidhar hai bhai? Where is everybody? I came here expecting a party, but there's no one here. That's the problem. That's the paradox. I was expecting a party. I was told if in this neighborhood there is a big party going on. I came here, there's nobody. I'm only here. Only I'm here. Where is everybody? Where is everybody? Yes, I'm a Enrico Fermi. I look everywhere. There's nobody here. Where everybody? That is Fermi's paradox. What is this everybody we want? Everyone else out there in the universe. Where are they? We have 10 raised to 22 stars in the observable universe. We know almost every star has multiple exoplanets. So even if you assume one exoplanet per star, you should have at least 10 raised to 22 planets in the observable universe. If you have 10 raised to 22 planets in the observable universe, that's 1 with 22 zeros after it. Let's say 1 out of a million planets will support life. So there is some kind of life on only 1 out of a million planets. So you remove 6 zeros from 22, you're left with 10 raised to 16 planets where life exists. Maybe it's microbial life or whatever, but there is life. Now let's say 1 out of a million planets where life begins develops intelligent life like humans. So out of those 10 raised to 16, remove another 6 zeros. So you have 10 raised to 10 planets where human-like intelligence should exist. That is 10 billion such planets with human-like intelligence. So my question is, if there are 10 billion human-like intelligences out there in the world, where is everybody? Why can't I see any sign of that? That is Fermi's paradox. Chill Panda says, why do everyone make alliance with the US? Why does everybody make an alliance with the US? Even in Cold War, the moment the USSR collapsed, mostly Eastern Europe joined NATO and the EU. What does the US provide? That's a good question to ask, but let's look at it a different way. In the Cold War, the moment the USSR collapsed, mostly Eastern Europe joined NATO and the EU. What does the US provide? The US is the richest country in the world. If it throws a couple of $1 million at you, you will go begging at them, please give me more, sir. If you are a country. Right? Correct? The US is the richest country. It controls the entire global system. And these are not alliances, these are vassal systems. Do you think Japan is an ally of the US? The US is more than 130 permanent military bases on Japanese territory. Is that an alliance? No, it's occupation. Is South Korea a US ally? The US has more than 100 permanent military bases on South Korean territory. That's a foreign military occupation of South Korea. Germany is under permanent military occupation. Italy is under permanent military occupation. The US has nuclear weapons on Dutch territory, on Turkish territory. British territory is under US military occupation. It's mostly military occupation, and then there is economic thing and all that. These are not alliances, these are networks of vassals, of occupied nations and client states. Okay? And of course, many nations do this willingly so that they get the benefit of being part of the economic system that the US has created. And that is actually very pleasant to have that sort of access and all that. It's very nice for the citizens of the country, but it leads to the loss of the country's sovereignty. That's a lot the US provides, and there's a lot the US can do if you don't go along with the US. Vinay says, how were rishis able to see twin star system from Earth, Vashishta, Arundhati, thousands of years ago? Do we have explanation for that? Vashishta and Arundhati are two stars you can see with the naked eye, right? What are they called in English? I'm not sure. Okay, let's find out. There are two stars that have the Sanskrit names Vashishta and Arundhati. What are their English or Western names? Okay, Mizar and Alcor, Ursa Major, this famous visual binary star. So it's visible to the naked eye, my dear friends. It's visible to the naked eye. You can see it today. If you don't live in a big city with light pollution, you can see it today with your naked eye. You don't need a telescope for that. There you have it. It was not just rishis who could see it was your ancestors who could see it, who may not, some of whom may not have been rishis. Okay, WBR says Tuvans consider themselves to be descendants of Subotai. Subotai Bahatir. Is it true? Many Mongolian nationalists talk about retaking Tuva and Buratia if things go south in Russia. Okay, let's take a look at them. First of all, Subotai Bahadir. Subotai belonged to a Mongol clan called the Uryan Khai. Uryan Khai. Let's see what that means, okay? Okay. Uriankhai. Uryan Khai. So this is a group of forest peoples of the north. Okay, now we will go into Tuva. Understand this. Uryan Khai Republic. So the Uryan Khai people are, it's a term applied by the Mongols to a group of forest peoples of the north, who include the Turkic speakers speaking Tuvans and Yakuts. Understand? Which sometimes is also applied to the Mongolian speaking Altai Uryan Khai. Urya Khai Khan. Okay, so Tuvans and the Yakuts. There you have it. Tuvans and the Yakuts. Now let's take a look at the map. Tuva Republic, etc. We'll look into that. So Subotai belongs to the Uryan Khai tribe, or the Uryan Khai people. Now, where is the Tuva Republic? So if you see Mongolia today, this is what you see, this nation here. But the truth is that at least the same amount of territory down south was also Mongolia. It is now under Chinese occupation. And a significant amount of territory to the north of Mongolia was also historically Mongol territory. Now let us search for Tuva. Tuva Republic. Where is that? Well, there you have it. You see? There you have it. It's right north of Mongolia. The Tuvan people. So they are definitely going to be Mongolic. And it's possible that Subotai's people lived somewhere here, north of what is now Mongolia. So there you have it, right? So I would not say that every Tuvan is going to be a descendant of Subotai, but most Tuvans will have some blood relationship to some extent with Subotai's family, most likely. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, your views about the availability of devices like Flipper Zero and ESP2A826D Author in the open internet. Sounds rather ominous. Let's see what this thing is. I don't know what it is, but let me find out. Okay. Flipper Zero. FLIPPER Zero. What's that? Multi-tool device for geeks. Amazon Flipper Zero. Portable, multi-tool device for geeks. What is this? Okay, it costs 50,000 rupees in India. What's it do? RFID. Oh, RFID, NFC reader, infrared remote, wireless signal explorer for curious minds. Sounds naughty. Tiny piece of hardware, curious person, cyber dolphin, etc. Versatile open source, RFID card emulation, infrared signal analysis, NFC card reading and writing, ideal for security testing and learning new technologies, fully open source, fully customizable, pen testers and so on. So Flipper Zero, un outil puissant pour les passionnés avertis. And Narwertwachting, helemaal good. Helemaal good. Alleen had ik wel leven nog. This is Dutch. Totally good. Okay. All right. So it looks like something that's pretty. Yeah. What is ESP? ESP 8266. What's ESP 8266? A highly popular low-cost system on a chip manufactured by expressive microcontroller, fully Wi-Fi networking capability, backbone of countless DIY Internet of Things products, smart home automation systems, wireless sensor networks. Okay, doesn't look like something that's dangerous, but of course I'm no expert in this. I'm not into electronics, so I can't say. So it's available, I suppose, pretty openly. Is it available on Amazon India? I think it is. Yes, I think it is openly available. ESP 8266. Fascinating, fascinating. Right. Okay. So what do I think about the availability of these things? I say, okay. Are these dangerous things? I'm not very sure about that. I haven't really dug into the details. It's okay. I guess it's okay. Okay. Prashant Sharma says, my wife from South America confirmed all you said about Argentina team. Okay. I think if you just open your eyes and observe, you will see what I'm saying. But if you are emotionally attached, then you will not be able to observe it. And even if you can see it, you will not be willing to believe it. There was a time when I, as a kid, not idolized, but I was a fan of Diego Maradona. So I saw what he did with his left hand and punched the ball into the net in '86. For some reason, I didn't think that was a bad thing at the time. Now I think it's horrible cheating. So that's the thing, right? When you're emotionally attached to a player or a team, you're okay sometimes with what they do. Anyhow, I'm glad that your wife confirmed what you say, what I said. Please give my regards to your wife. Thank you, sir. Chill Panda says, how did South Korean drama, how was it able to become worldwide famous other than Hollywood, but not Chinese, Russian, Indian, or any other nation's movies and shows? Because South Korea is a US asset. It's a US vassal, it's under US occupation. The US, it's benevolent to those countries that are its vassals. If you are a US vassal, they're gonna popularize your things. Little small benefits they'll give you. Oh, good boy. Good boy. All right, there you go. Yeah, your K-pop is famous now. There you have it. Your Korean dramas are famous now. Our housewives will watch it, or whatever, right? Or Japanese manga will make it popular. Go on, watch it. That sort of thing. But Indian movies, Chinese movies, Russian movies, no, we will not allow those to be, we won't popularize those. We will keep them out. That's how it goes. Okay. Prateek Kumar Roy says, sometimes I feel as if the Indian conservatives are as confused as the Pakistani liberals. Okay. I'm not sure specifically in what sense you feel this, but okay. Right. Vinod Vaibhav says, try at least something new. Again, Again, Nepal or Bangladesh and India. Why? Try at least something new. Again, Nepal or Bangladesh and India. Why? Um, can you be a little more specific about what you're saying? Are you saying, what are you saying? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Please be specific. Please elaborate about what you are uh, recommending or suggesting or proposing I do. Chill Panda says, what should be the ideal education system where all kinds of things should be taught, and how? Your opinion about which nation has the best education system? Look, I cannot answer that question just like that. In like a few minutes, I answer what should be the ideal education system, what kind of things should be taught. Is it possible to answer that in 5 minutes? I can't. But I can tell you, I can give you a fully detailed answer. Shall I do it? Let me tell you what to look at. If you are genuinely interested in an answer, I'll give you the answer. I'll tell you what to look at. Look at my channel. This is my channel. Go to the live tab in my channel. Go to the oldest videos. Go down. Go down. Watch episode 28. India's education in India's future. Watch episode 30. India's education system problems, solutions, and the way forward. And watch episode 31. Education in India's future. Episodes 28, 30, 31. It will take 3 episodes to understand what the problems are and what the solutions are. But if you are genuinely interested, like I think you are, I highly recommend you watch those episodes. That will give you the answers you have. All right, sir. Dr. Atul says, soy chunk processed. Is it worth doing masters at 26, 3 years? Soy chunks, are they processed? I suppose they are processed food, right? You take soybeans, you dehydrate them or dry them, and then you grind them up, and then you make soy chunks out of that somehow. I don't know how the actual process is done. But yeah, it's not perfectly natural. If you really want to eat soy, eat the actual soybeans. I mean, I'm not recommending everybody should do that. But I think that's a more natural way to eat that. Is it worth doing masters at 26? It's entirely up to you. For some people, it may be worth doing. For other people, it may be a waste of time. It depends on what your plans are, what your envisioned future path of career path is, and so on. So a master's degree, if you spend 3 years doing it, by the time you're done, you'll be 29. And then what do you do with it? Are you going to be doing it full time, part time? All those questions, I don't know, right? Because I don't know you personally, so I can't really answer you specifically. So it depends on you, your specific, ambitions, aspirations, your specific past, and so on. So I think if you really want an answer, I may not be the right person. You should speak to some trusted friends or trusted elders or some experts in the field that you are in. That could be the better way forward. All right, sir. All the best. All the best. Do well. Dr. Atul. Pradeep Kumar Roy says practical applications of logarithms and trigonometry. Trigonometry. You can calculate the heights of buildings and heights of mountains using trigonometry. Let's say practical applications of trigonometry. Let's say your favorite batsman hits a 6. Okay. And you want to know how high the ball went or how far it went and so on, based on what you saw on TV. So you can actually use trigonometry to calculate the flight trajectory, the highest path, the highest altitude the ball reached, and so on. You can actually calculate the height of a building based on its shadow and the angle of the sun using trigonometry. You can calculate the height of a mountain based on these things, etc. So that's applications of trigonometry. There are genuine practical applications of trigonometry. Logarithms, I used to find them very boring. I was made to study those. You can use them to do multiplications and divisions and things like that, so on. There are practical applications, but those are obsolete now. Nobody needs that because you have calculators and extremely powerful computers. You don't need logarithms anymore. But yeah, the logarithms have had applications. They do have applications. Rohan Bidi says, what caused cosmic inflation? Can it recur in an already fast expanding universe? If yes, can it split one universe into two, somewhat like cell mitosis? Well, what caused cosmic inflation is the inflaton field. And the field, it decayed, and we could be perhaps in a unstable configuration of the thing, which means you could have further decay of the field, which could be very dangerous. So it was the decay of the inflaton field which caused cosmic inflation. That's what Alan Guth said in 1979, 80, 81, whenever it was. Can it recur in an already fast expanding universe? It could potentially recur if we are in a false vacuum, which could mean the end of reality as we know it. It could occur. It could recur. We don't know if we are in a true vacuum or a false vacuum. It could recur. If we are in a false vacuum, if we are in a meta-stable configuration, ooh la la. If we go to an actual real vacuum of genuinely stable configuration, that could be the end of the reality as we know it, absolutely. If yes, can it split one universe into two like cell mitosis? No. No, it will happen within the universe. Interesting questions. Okay. Fast Snail says, chances India and China qualify for the World Cup in the next 3 decades. I think India could qualify for the next World Cup if we get things right. It's not like we don't have players. We've got tremendously talented players in India. And if you see the World Cup, okay, the World Cup just happened. You don't need to be all, bulked up and all 6 feet plus tall and super muscular, etc., to be a world-class football player. Have you seen Yamin Laval, the guy who played for Spain yesterday? He's slim, he's slender, and look at the way he plays. Outstanding. Look at Messi. Is he all bulked up and all? He took HGH and whatnot. And Cristiano Ronaldo tries to, nowadays show off how muscular he is. But overall, he's lean, right? So you have all kinds of players in the World Cup. You don't need to be all bulky and muscular. And it's not like Indians can't be bulky and muscular. If look at our captain Sandesh. He is a pretty jacked guy, isn't he? Sandesh Jingan. So my point is, we have no dearth of talent. Our problem is the administrators. Okay? That. China doesn't have any of those problems. Still, they can't qualify. It's very strange. Yes, what you do, China? Why is it like this? Anyway, I think India could qualify in the next cycle potentially. Definitely, definitely the next 3 decades. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Pratik Kumar Roy says, "Do you have a satellite in your house? Is it even practical to buy one? Polluted sky." I don't have a satellite in my house. Unfortunately, I would love to buy one. Is it practical to buy one? The costs are, I'm sure, pretty high. If you want, look, you can make a satellite at home. Okay, you can make a CubeSat, for example, this size. Okay, let's say 100 meters by even a foot by 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot, 1 cubic foot. You can make a CubeSat, and you can actually, charter a SpaceX rocket for that launch. Or you could charter, I don't know if ISRO does it. You could charter, you can have that payload launched into space for you. You can. Excuse me. So you could make a satellite with maybe a few thousand rupees, depending, maybe a couple of lakh rupees, whatever, depending on what you want to send into space, what electronics you want on board, and what purpose will it serve. And what's the SpaceX, launch cost per kilo? Let me see. How much does SpaceX charge per kilogram to launch? Per what am I saying? How much does it cost per kilogram? What is the cost per kilogram of launching a payload into space via a SpaceX Falcon rocket? Okay, so 1400 to 2720 per kilogram. So let's say it's 10 kilograms. You're gonna spend, let's say, $20,000. Okay, Let's say $20,000 to 20 lakh rupees. 20 lakh rupees plus, let's say 2 lakh for, so it's 22, 25 lakhs. It's not that super expensive, depending, right? It's like buying a pretty expensive car. Not pretty expensive, a moderately expensive car, like buying one of those SUVs that you see around on the road, right? One of the nicer SUVs. That's how much it costs to launch a CubeSat, right? A CubeSat that weighs 10 kilograms via SpaceX. Of course, you'll have to transport it, which will maybe cost another couple of lakhs or whatever. So maybe 25 lakh rupees. But then what will you do? You launch your own satellite. Then what are you going to do with it? Not sure what you'll do with it. Okay. Chilpanta says, if you were a nation builder theoretically, what political system would you choose? How harsh the rules would be? Mandatory draft, urban design, etc. If I were a nation builder theoretically, the political system would be autocracy, monarchy. How harsh the rules would be? Harsh enough, but not too harsh. Yeah. All the petty lawlessness will end. What petty lawlessness? The honking, the driving on the wrong side of the road. There's no actual crime, no actual, yeah. It's just constant nuisance, constant annoyance, constant petty rule bending and rule breaking. All that needs to end. The spitting on the roads, the peeing on the side of the road, all that annoying behavior that you see all across India because of complete non-enforcement of any rules, that will end. Yeah, so the rules won't be super harsh, but they'll be harsh enough, but not too harsh. And as behavior improves, the harshness will go down. But punishment has to be guaranteed. Even if it is not very harsh punishment, it has to be guaranteed for the system to be effective. So you don't need to have a 10-year jail term for everything. You don't need to have the death penalty for everything. It should be the rarest of the rare things, but it should be applied consistently wherever it is relevant. So, yeah, that's what I would do. Mandatory draft. If you have a nation of 1.4 billion people, if you do mandatory draft, imagine how many people you're going to have to house in the army. Is it possible? Is it feasible? Is it practical? A little impractical. Maybe I would have 1 out of 10 mandatory draft or something. You have to apply for it, and if you're lucky, you get into it. That sort of thing. It should be an experience. That sort of thing. Urban design. Oh yeah, I would bring urban aesthetics back. I would make cities green. I would make urban areas green. I would make them livable. I would have green spaces everywhere. Walking spaces. I would bring back aesthetics, Indian aesthetics, not this harsh, brutalistic, BS, bureaucratic aesthetics you have in India today. I would do such things theoretically. Pradeep Kumar says, do you have a telescope in your house? Is it even practical to buy one? Polluted sky. Telescope. I don't have a telescope in my house. Is it practical to buy one? It is actually practical to buy one if you know where to point it at. Even if you have a polluted sky. See, there are two issues with pollution, two categories of pollution. One is light pollution. That is okay if you have a telescope and you know exactly where to point it at. So let's say you want to see, not Uranus. Let's say you want to see Saturn. Saturn is a little hard to see compared to Jupiter, but it's not that hard to see. And in a city skyline where you have a lot of light pollution, it will be almost impossible to find it. But if you know exactly where to look for it and where to aim the telescope, even if you have light pollution, you'll be able to see it. And pretty well on the telescope, if you know where to point the telescope exactly. So light pollution is not that much of an issue if you know where to point your telescope. Air pollution, smog, all that will defeat any telescope that you have. Yeah. So it depends on where you live. If you live in some super polluted city, better don't buy a telescope. Yeah. All right. Godliness says destruction of critical and double usage infra, including power and water desalination plants, plus pushing towards complete economic collapse. US is turning Iran into rebels. Yeah, the war is back on. And Iran is right now kind of absorbing it, but they are also giving it back in some shape or form. So it's back on. The war is back on. The Americans will not let this region be in peace. Right? They simply won't let the world be in peace. They want more oil shocks. They want to play the market, and so on. Is the US turning Iran into rubble? We'll see about that. It's too early to call that, but yeah, the war is indeed back on. Godliness says hundreds of scientists left ISRO because of salary issues while we were busy killing genuine merit. Corruption is uncontrollable. Do you know India even has caste reservation for AT's job? We have lost the path. Like I say, we need reforms in India, deep, deep reforms. I don't know when those reforms will start. Yeah. So you can't blame people when they go and protest eventually. How long will they suffer? Yeah. And then we'll have anti-nationals who will hijack those protests and those genuine, valid concerns that people have. That's a problem. Yeah. E. Rahul says, since you mentioned that people who want power surf the wave of a real cause, did the current people in power also do that and exploit real emotions? No, not the current people in power. So there are genuine political movements, and then there are these astroturfed political movements. See, the current people in power, they came to power after decades of being on the ground at the grassroots. Look up the history of and life histories of these people, whoever is in power. Not everybody. I'm talking about Mr. Modi and so on. If you see their life history, they spent decades at the working at the grassroots. So they did not come and surf some wave. They worked for decades. So it's a genuinely valid question to ask, no question. And the answer is simply to do your own research and look up for yourself what the truth is. Right? You can do that and you should do that. But the answer to your question is, it's first of all, it's a genuinely valid question. And secondly, no, the current people in power did not come to power riding a wave of emotions or some transient issue. No, that's not the case. No. Blue Rock says, how a nation US to nation India relationships be solidified for many decades or centuries than just between elected governments. Generally, you can't solidify such relationships. Relationships are based on shared interests or shared values or shared ethnicity. So you have something called the Anglosphere, the Five Eyes nations. They have shared ethnicity, shared language, and shared values. So that's why they have a very solid relationship. And of course, it's a master servant relationship. The US is the boss. The US, Canada, Britain, Australia, and New Zealand, these five nations. The French have a similar relationship with the francophone countries, many of which were former colonies and that don't really like France anymore. That sort of thing. India has its own Indosphere, but we don't leverage that at all. We have completely neglected everything in the Indosphere. Most Indians don't even know that Thailand and Burma are part of the Indosphere. So is Indonesia, so is Malaysia, so is Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, Philippines. All that Indians are not aware today of anything. So can a relationship between the US and India be solidified for many decades or centuries? Only if one nation captures and controls the other. Otherwise, it won't happen, because India and in the US, we don't really have shared interests. The US interests are those that run against India's interests. We don't have shared values. We don't have shared DNA. I mean, shared ethnicity. We don't. So there we have it. A. Rahul says, if that's the case, aren't they to compromise? No, I said no. Then that is not the case. That is not the case. Like I said, that is not the case. Abhijit Datta says, in case of hypothetical regime change aftermath, regime change in Vietnam or the Philippines or Finland or Argentina, England, Sri Lanka, where? India? There's the probability of regime change in India is low. It can only happen through electoral means. Can it only happen through electoral means? Not necessarily. But yeah, so we will not discuss any hypothetical regime changes in India because the probability of that happening is low, and I would not like to see that happen. Yeah, it means that a foreign nation has succeeded in doing something very nasty to India. I would not like to ever see that happen. Tushar Kulkarni says, "Is astrology real or coincidence?" I don't know. I have zero knowledge or understanding of astrology, so I simply don't know, unfortunately. Yeah. Chill Panda says, "How to be irreplaceable person in every field?" The answer is very simple. Be God or a god. That's the only way. You can't. As a human being, you can't. As a human being, you can be irreplaceable in one field, maybe two fields. If you're a super genius, like 180 IQ person, maybe three fields, four fields. You can't be irreplaceable in every field. Pick one field or two fields and be great at that. Be irreplaceable at that. Right? You can't be irreplaceable everywhere. Okay, ex Sagar Daddimani says, "I'm feeling lost. Dropped MBA tier 2 at Bangalore. I'm 25 years old, no skills, battle with major health issues. Can I rebuild myself in my career? Love you, sir." First of all, I am sorry to hear what's happened. You dropped MBA tier 2 in Bangalore. You're 25, no skills, battled major health issues. Can I rebuild myself in my career? Of course, you're 25, you're just starting your life. You're just starting your life. You have a long way to go. I understand how you will feel, and it's natural to feel that way. But of course, you can rebuild yourself in your career. Now, how will you do that? I can't say because I don't know you personally. I don't know your past, your attributes, and all that. Like I say to everybody, I don't know you personally, so I can't give you specific advice. But of course, you can rebuild yourself in your career. It will not be easy. It will not be the most pleasant experience. There could be a period of struggle, maybe a considerable 3-4 year period of struggle. But you know what? It's going to make you something. It's going to make you stronger than what you are today. So I would say, you know what? You absolutely can rebuild yourself and your career. You need to first find clarity about what direction you want to take, and then go all in on that. And it should be a practical decision, not an idealistic decision. It should be something that is based in fact. And you should make sure that you give yourself every chance of succeeding. So yes, you can do it. Absolutely, you can do it. All right. Do well, sir. Take care of yourself. Rebuild yourself in your career. Take care. All the best. All the best. Do well. Kakashi says, "Are conditions like autism, ADHD, dyslexia, dysorexia, neurodiversity real? Should Indian men start having kids without marriage instead of surrogacy?" Okay, first of all, autism, ADHD, dyslexia, all these conditions, they seem to be real. These days, a lot of people seem to be having these things: ADHD, autism. Autism seems to be. Do you have autism in India these days? I don't know. When I was a kid, I had never heard of autism. I didn't even know what is autism, ADHD. I don't know what dyslexia is. So when I was young, when I was a kid, I had not even heard of these things. Today, it seems to be like commonplace to some extent. I don't know what it is. Are these real? Maybe they are real. Maybe they are caused by certain things that weren't there when I was a kid. I don't know. It looks like many of these things are real. What even is neurodiversity? Let's find out what these things are, shall we? Let's see. What is dyslexia, dysorexia, and neurodiversity? Not dysphagia. Dysoraxia. What are these things? Dyspraxia. Okay, neurodiversity is the concept that all human brains function uniquely, encompassing variations, neurological conditions. Okay, neurodiversity. I think it's obviously it's real. Dyslexia Language processing, making it difficult to read, write, and spell accurately. Slow reading speeds, difficulty sounding out words, mixing up letter, common words, word orders, common strengths, strong. You know what? Dyslexia may be real. When I was a kid, I knew kids in nursery and junior KG who were like this. They could not read, spell, write accurately. They had very slow reading speeds, difficulty sounding out words, mixing up letter and word orders. Yeah, I knew kids like that when I was in nursery and junior KG. Yeah, dyspraxia, development coordination disorder. Um, Motor difficulties can appear like clumsiness, inconsistent hand dominance. Well, I had inconsistent hand dominance. I excellent strategic thinking. Oh, I empathy. Strong verbal and narrative communication. Inconsistent hand dominance. What? Trouble with tasks that require precise sequence of movements. Nah. For a moment, I thought, what? This was like, this is something I had. Dyspraxia. I suppose, have it. Is what I have? Is it inconsistent hand dominance? What I'm okay. You may not know this about me. There's a reason I was never able to be a good batsman in cricket, because half the time I would bat left-handed, half the time I would bat right-handed. I never figured out what I should do, which way I should bat. In bowling, I was always, when I was serious, I would bowl right-handed, but I could bowl left-handed too. I could. I actually got more swing left-handed, like real nice swing. But I was faster, way faster, as a right-arm bowler. And faster is always nicer if you're big and tall. Yeah, it gives you advantages. Anyhow, so I had this thing, I'm not exactly ambidextrous. In certain things, I'm better left-handed. Some certain things, I'm better right-handed. Cricket, I actually enjoyed batting left-handed more, but I bowled right-handed more. But I could bat. So that was the thing. I could bowl both arms, which is, I think, pretty rare. I can right, left, but I don't really write. So for a moment, I was like, oh, do I have this dyspraxia thing? Excellent strategic thinking, empathy, strong verbal narrative communication skills. Do I have this? But then I don't have any trouble with tasks that require precise sequence of movements. Absolutely not. I mean, for a long time, I played a lot of guitar. You need precise sequences of movements if you play guitar. And I was you could say, reasonably good guitar player. I was. I have not touched a guitar for a long, like a decade. My guitars are lying there. Maybe I should get them back in working order, change the strings. Anyhow, so the point is, I know I'm digressing all over the place. Maybe some of these things are real. Maybe maybe when I was a kid, we didn't have words for that. I knew kids who were like that. Yeah. I have excellent memories from nursery and junior KG. I knew kids like that. Yeah. Okay. Should Indian men start having kids without marriage instead of surrogacy? Overall, I would say no. That destroys society, Then there's no responsibility left in society. Then kids are rudderless. It's horrible for kids. Think about the kids, right? Kids need two parents to be there. Otherwise, it's traumatic as a kid if you don't have that, right? So I would say I would be against that. I would be against that. Yeah. Aditya Chokral says, views on FCRA bill. Interesting that protest happened on the day when the government of India was going to present the bill. Of course. If certain vested interests are unhappy with the bill, and those vested interests are, you could say, kind of anti-national, then it means the bill is good for the nation. I haven't read the bill, but I am in favor of strengthening the FCRA law and ensuring that these foreign monies don't flow into India for anti-India operations. I'm sure the government of India is doing precisely that. So good. Overall good. Okay, Kakashi says, why Indian students pick French, Spanish, German as a third language? Why not Hindi, Sanskrit, Indian language, or even Chinese, Russian, Arabic, Japanese, Persian? You see, the problem is that languages have status. Languages have status. Some languages are prestige languages. In ancient, 1,000 years ago, in the entire Indosphere, stretching from India, which is all the way from Gandhara, okay, to the whole of the Indian subcontinent and Central Asia, all the way to Suvarna Bhumi, which is Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, Laos, all that, Burma, and Indonesia, Majapahit, and Philippines. This entire region, the prestige language was Sanskrit. Okay? Sanskrit was the prestige language. Today in India, the prestige language is English. If you speak good English, you are automatically respected wherever you go. If you speak English with a foreign accent, you are automatically superior socially. You are automatically higher status socially. Even people who are older than, if you're a kid, let's say you're 12 years old and you speak brilliant foreign accented English, then a 50-year-old will defer to you like, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. Okay? So English is the prestige language in India today. Now, if you look at the world, Indians consider white-skinned people to be more prestigious than Asian people or whatever. Arabic, Japanese, Persian is not very white-skinned. Russian is Eastern European. Western Europe is more prestigious. Chinese, to hamare hi neighbor se, Chinese, right? So French, Spanish, German is more prestigious. You see, this is how it works. It's the Indian inferiority complex at work. It's the Indian mental colonization at work. So that's how it is. I also speak French, and I did not pick it up because I had this thing. I also want to learn a white man's language. It's because I actually lived there in a French-speaking country. So Aries Manticore says, please check out Warhammer 40K universe. Whenever I get black-pilled by the state of affairs, it's a great medium to vent stress and very interesting too. It's grim, dark, and it's a great lore read. What is Warhammer 40K universe? Let's see. Warhammer 40K universe. What is this? It's a grimdark science fantasy landscape set in the 41st millennium. Revolves around the imperium of man, a decaying, fanatical human empire, locked in perpetual warfare with a hostile alien species and supernatural horrors, best summarized by its motto, in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. Ooh. Humanity is ruled by the emperor of mankind, God-like being whose broken body is kept alive, all that stuff. Okay, all right. Okay, diving into the lore. It's not a single storyline, but a sprawling dynamic stage for thousands of stories to play out. Okay, so is it a MMORPG, massively multiplayer online role-playing game? Is it that? How do you? Where do you? Is it a game you play, or is it something you read? Where do I find it? What exactly is this? Lore. Fascinating. Is it a book? It's a bunch of novels. 300 novels. Fascinating. And you have multiple authors, do you? You have multiple authors. Sandy Mitchell, Dan Abnett. Fascinating. I'm going to check this out. Interesting, really interesting. I'll check it out for sure. Thank you for sharing this. Okay. Aries Manticore says, I don't know why the government is even giving any dialogue to CJ, to the Cockroach Party. Wish they would just do belt and bat treatment. Now they're harassing parliament. You see, the thing is, whoever is behind this is, they want something like this to happen. They want the government to use force, and then they can say the government of India is brutalizing students and innocent protesters. That's the moment they are waiting for. And that's why the government of India will not bite. They will not bite that hook. Yeah, but one wishes. Okay, Kakashi says, when will India change its constitution? No. Never ever will we change our constitution. It is the book we worship. It is the book we worship. We will never ever change the constitution. We will keep on expanding it. By the 41st century, it will have 40 million pages. That is how we do it only. Views on ethanol blending and exam leaks. I haven't looked into the science and the engineering of ethanol blending, how its chemistry does or does not affect car engines. I haven't looked into it, so I can't really say. Exam leaks, unacceptable. Unacceptable. Why is this still happening? Unacceptable. Because the system is rotten and corrupt to the core. That's why. I've been saying this for years, and I've also laid out the solutions that need to be implemented. It's not like I'm only pointing out problems, right? But nothing will happen. Nothing. They don't want to change a thing. Because the system, the stakeholders of the system, and they don't want things to change. Okay, have I seen reports of Indian women asking for white donors in IVF? I have not seen this. Yeah, I'm not aware of this. Okay, Kakashi says, despite being Muslim, Ibrahim Traore bans forced conversion and Sharia law in Burkina Faso. Is Kim Jong-un the most hardline leader? Should Modi avoid press like she? Ibrahim Traore, he is the leader of Burkina Faso. He, I believe, is very popular, and I think he's genuinely trying to do something good for his country. So yeah, respect and full support, sir. Full support, indeed. Is Kim Jong-un the most hardline leader? I don't know who's the most hardline leader. What is the definition of the term hardline? I'm not sure. But yeah, Kim Jong-un is Kim Jong-un. It's nice to have someone like him in the global landscape. Should Modi avoid press like she? That's a decision for Mr. Modi to make. Yeah, let Mr. Modi decide that. Okay. Srishti Siliguri says, something I think about when I can't sleep. What if an ancient civilization achieved interstellar travel? Due to time dilation, could still be out there while millennia passed on Earth. King Kakudmi. Thoughts? It's possible. Look, the first question is, were there ancient civilizations on Earth that we have never discovered? Is it possible that there could have been ancient civilizations and all traces of those have disappeared? It's certainly possible. It's the Silurian hypothesis. It's certainly possible that you could have had maybe a few million, maybe 100 million years ago or something, as a civilization or a species of earthlings as advanced or more advanced than us who existed, and then for whatever reason they disappeared or they died off, and because of tectonic activity, geological activity, all traces of their evidence got buried or just got eroded away. It's possible, yes, entirely possible. So what if an ancient civilization like that existed, and maybe let's say they achieved interstellar travel, and let's say they traveled off somewhere? It's possible that they could still be out there while millennia passed north, because they are traveling at such high speeds. For them, time is passing slowly. For them, it's passing normally inside. Their clock ticks at the same rate. But let's say that it's a twin paradox thing, right? So yeah, millennia pass on Earth, but for them, it's just like 30 years. It's possible. Yeah. Thoughts? It's entirely possible according to the laws of physics. Yeah, something to ponder about. But we're talking about a period of maybe 100 million years. 100 million. I mean, if they travel at 50% of the speed of light for 100 million years, I think they'll go really, really, really far. 100 million light years, how far is it? It's still not far enough, you know. So Andromeda galaxy, our nearest neighboring galaxy, is so what, 2.5 million light years away. How far is Andromeda? 2.5 million light years. Let me see. So how far is the Andromeda galaxy from Earth? 2.5 million light years away. But how far is it from New Delhi? Still 2.54. Okay, what about Tokyo? It's still the same. Come on, man. No difference. Disappointing. Anyway, so my point is it's possible. The point is it is possible, yes. Varinder Marwah says, will the new world lead civilization's next phase? What is the new world? The new world, is that some movement? What is it? What is the new world? New world. What is new world? Even I'm unclear, sir. That's what I'm asking. Popular video game. I don't know about that. New world. Western Hemisphere. Americas. Yeah, I don't know what new world you're referring to. Civilization's next phase. Which civilization? There are multiple civilizations, right? There is Indian civilization, there's Chinese civilization that still exists. These two still exist. The West is an empire, it's not a civilization, and so on. So I'm not sure what you're asking. Sorry. Krishant Bordoloy says our Western neighbors should be turned to no, we don't discuss violence, sir. No. I will not condone this. Very, very naughty. Very naughty. Okay. Okay. Dorji says huge conversions happening doesn't feel right. Where exactly? Where's it happening? And wherever it's happening, if it's happening in India, it's unacceptable. And I don't know why the government of India just sits back and lets these things happen. So I'm not sure what part of India you're referring to, but yeah, it's not right. I agree. Pradeep Kumar Roy says Flipper, Zero, and de-authored devices solve multiple problems like jamming, deactivating neighborhood Wi-Fi system servers, etc. Well. Okay, so if you know how to use them, you can do certain things. All right. Well, then in that case, I would say it's a little dangerous to have such things freely available. Yeah. Okay, Krishanta Bordoloy says some of my hardcore BJP friends also went to the protest, but to get free food and get laid. Apparently, it's quite easy in such leftist protests. Your thoughts? No thoughts, no comments. Not. I would never do that. Yeah, I would never do that. Apparently, all you need to do. Okay, thank you, sir. Good to know. Is that easy? Good God. All right. Okay. Got it. Yeah, I suppose it makes sense. Okay. Mystic Hurdle says, please the cruelty of animals experience in industrial farming. Please explain or expose. Please explain or expose the cruelty animals experience in industrial farming. It's overall horrible. If you are, I don't know about India, but I suppose even in India, I mean, you have, see, in the US, you have this massive, gigantic, animal slaughter farms. Millions, I think billions of cattle are killed every year, mechanically slaughtered. You have pigs fenced together in a room and then they're gassed to death and they're screaming while they're dying. It's all horrible. The treatment of animals is just brutal, inhumane, monstrous. Ugh. Yeah, it's terrible. I'm sure that's the case in every country. And that's terrible, tragic, horrible. Okay. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, how to start a business in India? Start something. Follow the rules. Fill the forms. Yeah. Pay the fees. Karne ka. Satvika Durga says, your top book recommendation for war strategy business as well. War strategy in business. Strategy overall. I think business strategy, the Blue Ocean, the Red Ocean books are pretty good. Traction is good. Traction. Who's the author? I don't remember the author of Traction. Traction is good. Blue Ocean, Red Ocean strategy. Playing to Win by Lafley and Martin. These are good business strategy books. War strategy. Look, there are multiple war strategy books that are relevant. Some are older, some are newer. For example, there is On War by Karl von Clausewitz. That's one of the foundational strategic books on military strategy. On War by Karl von Clausewitz. There is Boyd's OODA Loop book. I don't remember who's the actual author of the OODA Loop book. John Boyd, the aviator. War strategy, I suppose Mao Zedong's books are also, his writings are also actually quite relevant. Okay. Um, who else do we have? Yeah. What else? The Book of Five Rings. Book of Five Rings, right? Strange and whoever else it is. Strange and the other guy. Yeah, some of these things I'm able to recall right now because they are kind of relevant to some things I'm doing right now. Yes, 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 yes. So there are these frameworks you can think of when you're applying strategy to war. There are multiple frameworks that are interconnecting and mutually reinforcing, and sometimes at tension with each other. So I would say on war by Karl von Clausewitz, um, Book of Five Rings, then John Boyd's uh, framework, the OODA loop framework, Mao Zedong's book on warfare, people's warfare or popular warfare or whatever it was. Yeah, that actually is relevant. Okay, I'll tell you what it is. It is. You can apply it to various historical situations. It is actually relevant, and so on. So yeah, some of these I would not say which is the best. They're all relevant in different ways. All right. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, any new medical discoveries like penicillin? I'm not sure. I'm not, keeping track of medical discoveries. But with AI being here, I think a lot of discoveries will happen really fast. Okay. Rahul Khanvilkar says, why tech and sci took eras only to flourish in the 19th century? Because you had a perfect storm. See, for science to advance to the stage it has advanced today, it has to be built on multiple foundations, right? You needed, first of all, the right mathematics to become available. Then you had the mathematics to be applied to technology. Then you had the technology to build more technology. So you had multiple things to be stacked on each other for things to actually start taking off like this. Started in the 19th century. And even then, electricity became available only in the late 19th, early 20th century. Telecommunications, etc., only became available, 20th century onwards, and so on. So it took multiple eras, multiple decades, multiple centuries for things to be stacked on top of each other for things to take off properly. Phil Panda says, hypothetically, if country successfully mastered hard power like similar to superpower level, should it focus on soft power like movies and having international bank systems like Swiss, but on a giant level? You should focus on everything simultaneously. Don't focus on only one aspect of power. Movies, you can have movies, right? It has nothing to do with hard power. If you have hard power, if you have economic power, it means your the living standards of your people are high, which means they will make they will make movies, they'll make art, they'll make music and stuff like that. The quality will be high, then it will automatically be popular. So it's not like the government is to focus on making movies and all that. The government should focus on hard power, which is military and economic power only. When we're talking about economic power, we will obviously focus on banking systems and things like that. Yeah. On a like you said, giant level, global level. Yes. Okay. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, top three book recommendations overall in finance. Finance, I don't know. Book recommendations overall. I don't know, if you ask me in some one particular field, I can tell you the greatest three books of all time I've read. I don't know what they are. I can't tell you what are the top three books I've read. I can give you a list of 50 books that I greatly like. I could not tell you what my top three are. I'm sure if I tell you three books now, after half an hour, I'll say, oh no, I should have included these five books there. So I don't know. If you tell me in what field, in what domain, is it psychology? Is it philosophy? Is it science fiction? Is it history? Is it just comedy? What is it? If it's comedy, what sort of comedy? One of the funniest books I've read is a science fiction comedy called The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. If you want political comedy, read Yes, Prime Minister. That's the BBC version. That's really funny, actually. I'll tell you that. Otherwise, read Wooster and Jeeves, that entire series. There's plenty of things. I don't know what to recommend. See, Chill Panda says, was Ataturk a Turkic Netaji but successful? You could say to some extent he was. But Netaji was a highly educated, incredibly intelligent person, gentleman, leader. Ataturk wasn't educated like Netaji. He was a fighter, a soldier. He fought multiple wars. He defeated Winston Churchill at Gallipoli. These guys, they celebrate Anzac Day every year, right? What was Anzac? It was a disaster for the Australians, New Zealanders, British, and Canadians, and a whole bunch of Indians were also there fighting for these occupiers. And what were they fighting for? They were trying to invade and occupy Turkey, and they had to pass through the Strait of the Dardanelles, and that's where Ataturk caught them and pinned them down. Ataturk was just a general. Was he a general? No, he was not even a general. He was a commander. His superior was the German general, Liman von Sanders. So my point is, Ataturk was a fighter. He was a soldier. He was a warrior. He wasn't educated. Of course, did school education or whatever. Netaji was a different person. He never fought, as far as I know, a battle. He was an extremely highly educated, extremely intelligent person. Ataturk, I'm sure, was very intelligent. So different personalities, different life trajectories, different life paths. And yeah, overall, Ataturk was successful. Netaji, sadly, was not. Jitagada says, really sad today. I think farmer protests, Shaheen Bagh minority, now student protests. Deep state just gave to find a common grievance for 3 groups, replicate across all metros. Is IB sleeping? We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, so this is how it goes. You see, India is infiltrated. If I say that, now you're seeing it. India is deeply infiltrated and seriously compromised at certain levels. It is. Okay. Asura Harshay says, will I watch the 4,000 crore Ramayan movie? What is that? I am not aware of this. 4,000 crore Ramayan movie. 4,000 crore Ramayan movie. What is this? Nitesh Tiwari. Ranbir Kapoor. Sai Pallavi. I will prefer to fast for another 23 days than watch that movie. I am not watching that. Please. You give me a lot of money, I still won't watch it. Right? Okay. Salman Abdullah says, which countries ban Jew passports? I have no idea. I'm sure Pakistan does that. I don't know. I have no idea, sir. I have no idea. I am not aware of this at all. Which countries would do this? So if you are Jewish, you don't get a... I have no idea. Sorry. Piyush G says, one, if the whole cockroach thing and Sonam Wangchuk is propaganda divert from real issues, then suddenly everyone exposing his identity and alleged connections, which may be true, I'm not denying that, okay, then wouldn't the ones exposing them are also propaganda? After all, real immediate issue was that of paper leak and minister's resignation. No, maybe they are nationalists and they are exposing it, or maybe they are also doing propaganda. Maybe the whole world is propaganda. Har koi propaganda kar raha hai. Everything is possible, sir. Yeah. The immediate issue was paper leak and minister's resignation. Sure. But if somebody is exposing that his NGO is funded by so-and-so organization that also funded so-and-so Pakistani thing, then is that propaganda now? Or is it fact-checking? Tell me. Yeah, wait. Is that propaganda? Is it propaganda now? Tell me now. It's not. Piyush Ji says, the right-wing supporters, they labeled every student protesting as extremist, Deshdrohi and whatnot, which is not good. I agree. Like I said 78 times in this episode, the issue is real. The problem is real. The frustration, the pain is real. Okay? Some people will say everything is Deshdrohi. No, come on. No, not every student who is protesting is a Deshdrohi. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Have you felt the pain of students? Do you even remember that you were also a student? So the pain that students face is real. Okay, so that was not the result of the protest we expected. The whole issue got deviated. Okay. Jitha Gada says Meta Insta flooding my reels with student brutality today, despite clicking not interested, not liking, scrolling up fast. This is so stupid. Protesters broke the new hydrogen train. Really? What's happening, man? Really? Okay. 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 Piyush Ji says, which is not so good in previous super chat. What was the previous super chat? It's gone. From my life, it's gone, unfortunately. Okay, anyway, thank you for the clarification, sir. Thank you. Ghost of Bonaparte says, click creator settings, creator, click settings on left, select community, scroll to automatic filters or defaults, find e-block, checkbox, uncheck, click save at bottom right. Links in super chats now activated. Okay. Links in super. And then, okay, I will look into it. Sure, I'll look into it. Thank you. Financial advisor for you says, dating this Christian girl from Northeast, she acting super serious with me, seems wanting to marry as well. I'm a Hindu. Recently, I found her chatting with someone else for more than a month. Continued, she told me she was cheated upon on previous relationships. How can a victim now turn victimizer? She is asking for forgiveness. I'm not sure. Kindly suggest. Me? You want me to suggest? Once somebody loses your trust, how do you get it? Listen, there is something called integrity in life. There are certain red lines you don't cross. In my opinion, cheating on somebody is the worst thing you can do. Okay? Now, if you've once found somebody doing this, can you be sure that person won't do it again? That is simply the way I see things. For some people, I suppose, chalta hai, thoda idhar karo, thoda udhar karo. So it depends on your values, okay? I will tell you that introspect about what your values are, what your personal values are, not about what her values are or whatever. What are your values? Would you do this to somebody else? If you would not do this to somebody else, then you should not accept somebody else doing it to you. Or if you are the same kind of person and you also would like to cheat 78 times or 3 times or whatever, then you should also accept it being done to yourself. But if you have that standard that I will not cheat cheat on my partner, my wife, or whatever, then you should not accept your partner cheating on you. Full stop. Clear red line. And if that is done, then that relationship cannot go forward. So it is your decision, your choice. You have to decide what your values are. You have to introspect what your values actually are and act according to that, not act according to my advice. All right? That's the right way to proceed. All the best, sir. The Mystic Hustle says, should we stop eating non-veg to save animals from cruelty? That's a personal decision. I shall not give any recommendations. There are non-cruel ways to eat meat also, right? I mean, in the past, historically, you could eat meat only if you knew how to hunt an animal. And hunting an animal was not a cruel thing to do. I mean, you're not doing it at mass industrial scale, right? And even if you're doing it on a mass scale, you can actually dispatch an animal without cruelty also. So if you can source your meat like that, if you are a meat eater, and if you can source your meat that is procured in a non-cruel fashion, then perhaps you can do that. Otherwise, if you feel that it's just too cruel, then stop eating meat. Entirely your choice. Angad Grawal says, regimes should end being a grandson of cabinet secretary and coming from family farming. This what police did today make boil my blood. This is authority country, has got 2 dogs. Sparush is delusional. I'm not sure. Are you referring to some to something that's happening in Delhi. I don't know what's happening. Somebody has told me. I mean, I'm getting some hints of what's happening, but I don't know. Regime should end being a grandson of cabinet secretary coming from family of army. This what police did today make boil by blood. This is authority country. Has got to dogs. Parosh. Okay, sir. Okay. All right. All right. Piyush G says 17 soldiers of Uncle Sam died. Breaking news. Okay. 4,000 plus civilians. God knows how many patients in hospitals died in Iran. Who cares? Of course. Yeah. I hate this hypocrisy of Western media more than anything else. I completely agree with you. I completely do. Yeah. Roshan Kumar says, why cricket is not much popular in the UK compared to football? Even rugby, which is second most popular sport, is far behind football in active following. I don't know. And in the UK, cricket is not as popular as football. Okay. I think everybody knows about cricket and everybody has played some cricket, but most people prefer football over cricket. I think that's the case. I think Harry Kane, the guy, the footballer who was the English captain in the World Cup, I think he plays cricket. He knows how to play cricket. He bowls and bats and whatnot. So everyone has exposure to cricket, but probably most people find football more interesting because cricket it's not that active of a sport, right? Half the time you're just standing, that sort of thing. Maybe that's the case. Mrs. Benedict Cumberbatch says, read somewhere that Wangchuk's ex was an indirect CIA plant, which isn't highlighted enough. If true, people think he is some genius martyr, which he isn't. I agree with you. I don't know about this ex CIA thing. I am not aware of that. But overall, yeah. Yeah. Varinder Barwa says, will a swastika tattoo cause trouble in the West? Unfortunately, it will. Unless you hide it, unless it's not visible. I mean, if it's in your arms, if it's in your neck, or if it's in your, I mean, if it's on any part of the body that's generally normally visible, it will cause trouble in the West. Yeah. Unfortunate, but true. It's a swastika. It's not a what do they call Hakenkreuz? It's not that, but it is what it is. Yeah. It will cause trouble in the West, especially Western Europe or the Americas. It will. I suppose even in the USSR, I mean, even in Russia, it could cause trouble. Only in Asia, it won't cause trouble. If you go to Japan with a swastika tattoo, nobody will mind. If you go to Indonesia or China or whatever, nobody cares. But if you go into the West, it's going to be a problem. Vinod Vaibhav says, please raise your voice how police and security were beaten in name of protest. Police and security were beaten up. Police and security were beaten in name of protest. Where? In the Delhi Jantar Mantar thing. Why media not covering it? Security do selfless work and no one talks. I am not aware of this. I'm not aware of this. Okay. Martyr Fabio says, did Nazis kill 271k Jewish people? I don't know about this. I don't know. I don't know. Chirag Avasti says, gratitude for all the work you're doing. I know you're getting paid for it now. You're getting paid for it now. Who's paying me for the work I do? Who's paying me for it? I wish. Sir, I wish. Who's paying me? I wish I was paid for this. Yeah. I wish. But I'm not. Who's paying me? Oh, you mean the super chats? The super chat. You mean the super chats? Well, yeah, I've turned the super chats on because I get better questions. When somebody actually puts some money into their questions, then they will ask reasonably serious questions. Otherwise, it was hard to find good questions from the live chat. That's why I turned super chats on. I did not have super chats on for more than 4 years. More than 5 years, I suppose. Operation Sindoor happened. I had 55,000 people on my live stream and I had super chats turned off. I could not, the chats were going so fast, I could not see a single chat. They were going at light speed. So eventually, then I decided after I think 4 or 5 years that I'll try and turn super chats on. And yeah, is that a lot of money? Come on. Anyhow, so my point is, yeah, thank you so much, Chirag. Thank you so much. Okay, Pradeep Kumar Roy says, what's your favorite cartoon show from Cartoon Network? Oh, yeah. That was a long time ago. But yeah, Cartoon Network used to have some great shows. Courage the Cowardly Dog. That was awesome. Awesome. Courage the Cowardly Dog. Was it all from Cartoon Network? I'm not sure. Some of it was boring. Jetsons was kind of. Johnny Bravo was. Dexter's Lab was nice. Yeah. Dexter's Lab was nice. Scooby Doo, I used to watch at some point in time. I'm not sure if it's Cartoon Network show, but yeah, Scooby Doo. When I was a kid, I used to watch. I used to watch Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I don't know whether it's Cartoon Network or not. I used to watch a Japanese anime called Robotech. I don't know if anyone's even heard of it today, and so on and so forth. Yeah, but I think Courage the Cowardly Dog was awesome, absolutely awesome, work of art, absolutely. Gallower says three book recommendations: A Try Psychology, Slaughterhouse 5. Psychology, Slaughterhouse 5. Okay. Finance, Fooled by Randomness, Can't Categorize, Thinking Fast and Slow. पढ़ने के लिए हुए बैठे हम पढ़ने के लिए हुए बैठे हम मन में लगी जाग जानने की आग किताबों के पन्ने हुई छेड़छाड़ से अतिष्ठ तो Kindle Tera Ozar. I'm really bad at reading Devanagari. As you can see, I'm very slow. I of course can read it. I'm very slow at that. And that's entirely my fault. Okay. That's not something that's nice. I should be able to read it. But anyhow, thank you so much for the book recommendations. Thank you, sir. Or ma'am. Smith Zaveri says, how accurate is Vastu science for homes and offices? Do you believe in its science? I do not know about this. I don't know. I can't answer your question, unfortunately, because I know nothing about it. Pratik Kumar says, good night, everyone. Good night to you, sir, as well. Thank you. Vinod Vaibhav says, feed of Insta and Meta disrupt only of students, surface level, emotional people, not of nationalists or informed people, dangerous. How they knew and how also India deal. And also, how does India deal with this? Well, you see how much money they have to flood Instagram and Meta with this stuff. How does India deal with this? You really can't, unless you have your own social media platforms that you control. Otherwise, this is going to happen. Piyush G says, I finally understood how this foreign powers found an issue in such a way that neither I am fully against Wangchuk nor I fully support it. And the ones who didn't understand this whole big game, they have either gone fully against the state, and the ones which remained with the state, they gone fully against the students, even though the students were the victims. You see how complicated these things are and how these things can be played. The students are the victims, and the people who are with the state, with the country, and who feel that this is all being funded by internationals and foreign countries, which it is potentially, then they will say all students are internationals. How are they internationals? The students are the victims. The cause is real. The problem is real. Wangchuk is a fraud. He is probably funded by abroad, by foreign powers, deep state, whatever. Probably, possibly, hypothetically. Okay? But the problem is real. The students are actually victims. That's something that's super nuanced and most people won't get it. People are black and white. Ye acha hai, ye bura hai, bas. Hum samajh gaya sab kuch. That's the level of discourse in India. Jithagara says, if education department, a corporation, was a corporation, the CEO would be fired by the board. I agree with you. Completely agree with you. Same should have been done. Situation would not have come to this. We are handing over things to the deep state on a platter. Can I disagree with you? I wish I could disagree with you. I sadly cannot disagree with you. Sadly. I can't. You are right. Okay, Sam the Gamer requests a history session in the future. I shall do a history session in the future. Thank you so much. Thank you. Piyush Ji says, same thing happened in Bangladesh and India. One court order, one wrong statement of the PM there, and in India by the Chief Justice, Razakars and Cockroach word. And here it is, another funding by the deep state. Right? There we have it. Possibly. Interesting parallels. Noob Chess Life says, when will de-dollarization happen? When USD is 50 or 60 or lower? Not anytime soon. There are some fantastically intelligent, genius level geopolitical experts and analysts who are telling you de-dollarization is the plan. Ye sab hone hi wala hai. Not going to happen anytime soon. Okay? Not going to happen anytime soon. Okay. Please ask people, stop calling me Daya. My name is older than that show. It's kind of annoying. Gada is common in Gujarat. Okay, people stop calling him Daya. I don't know. I've never watched any show that has Daya or Gada or whatever. I don't know about this. But anyway, please don't annoy him. Please don't. All right, all right. Okay. Uh, if government caved in, said this says Dheeraj Kamath, and fired the education minister, wouldn't it be giving in politically, and president would, which could be later used by the for the PM possibly? Yeah. Yeah, see, in politics, you have these nuances, these problems. You fire the education minister, it sets the precedent. Now, it can be used against the PM or some other minister again and again, over and over. So that's what the government, if you pressurize it like this, it will dig in, it won't fire the minister. The problem is, you see, understand people also, like, this issue is complicated. Somebody said earlier, the students are the actual victims, but many people don't understand that. Similarly, the minister is a symptom of the problem. The actual rotten problem is the education system itself overall. Right? Of course, I'm not defending the minister or whatever, but the minister is just the visible surface level manifestation of the problem. But you are right. You're right. All right. That brings me to the end of this live stream. Almost 5 hours. Almost 5 hours. So thank you so much for all the questions. This was great fun. Very long, very interesting session. It's focused a lot on Delhi and the cockroach thing, but I think it was necessary. Thank you so much for everything. I look forward to seeing you very soon in the next one. Very soon in the next one. Until then, take care. The last question: what do you think of Wangchuk being forcibly removed? I'm not aware of what's happened, so I'd rather not comment. But okay. All right, people. Take care. Bye bye. See you soon in the next one.